Bebbanburg was once the most powerful center of power in the north. Standing on the beach below it today, looking up at that brooding, black basalt claw of rock, it's easy to feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on you. Even if the castle silhouette you see now is largely a Victorian restoration, but the rock itself, the foundation, is ancient, and the wind that whips off the North Sea carries the same biting salt it did 1,500 years ago. I'm glad you're here, wishing you peace, rest, and maybe a little historical inspiration before sleep. Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. If you're settling in, go ahead and post your location and local time in the comments. It's always nice to see where in the world we're drifting off from tonight. Now, let's let our eyes adjust to the dim light of the past, to understand the birth of Northumbria, that rugged, fierce kingdom that would eventually stretch from the Humber estuary all the way up to the Firth of Forth in modern Scotland. We have to start by looking at what was left behind when the lights went out. We need to go back to the early 5th century, a time that historians used to dramatically call the Dark Ages, though modern scholars get a bit twitchy about that term. They prefer sub-Roman or early medieval, which is accurate. But let's be honest, it doesn't quite capture the mood of a society watching its infrastructure slowly crumble into the moss. Picture the scene around the year 410 AD. For nearly 4 centuries, the Roman eagle had gripped the island of Britannia. They had built straight roads that ignored the contours of the land, heated villas with mosaic floors that depicted Mediterranean myths, and of course, the great stone belt of Hadrian's Wall that slashed across the narrow neck of the country. That wall was the definitive statement of us versus them. South of the wall lay civilization, tax collectors, and wine. North of the wall lay the Picts, the mist, and the unknown. But empires, much like overly ambitious DIY projects, are exhausting to maintain. As Rome began to rot from the inside, distracted by Visigoths knocking on the gates of the Eternal City and internal political squabbles that make modern parliaments look like tea parties, the garrisons in Britain were slowly stripped away. It wasn't a single day where everyone packed their bags and waved goodbye. It was a slow, agonizing recession, like a tide going out and refusing to come back in. The legions marched south to fight in continental civil wars, and they simply never returned. The coinage stopped arriving to pay the troops. The potteries stopped firing those nice red Samian bowls, and the people of the north, the Romano-British, the Votadini, the Brigantes, were left holding the keys to a house they couldn't afford to heat. You can imagine the confusion. One day, you're a citizen of the greatest empire on earth, and the next, you're just a guy standing in the mud, wondering why the postman hasn't come in 10 years. In this power vacuum, the North became a fractured kaleidoscope of warlords and petty kings. The great stone forts along Hadrian's Wall didn't just empty out, they were repurposed. Families moved into the headquarters buildings. Granaries became great halls. The disciplined grid of a Roman fort dissolved into the organic clutter of a chieftain's stronghold. But without the central authority of Rome, the defenses were porous. And looking out across the grey expanse of the North Sea, hungry eyes were watching. The water had always been a highway, not a barrier. For the Germanic tribes living along the coasts of Frisia and Jutland, The Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes. Britain was a tempting prize. It was a land of green pastures, struggling leadership, and abandoned riches. Initially, they might have come as mercenaries, hired by desperate British leaders to fight off the Picts and the Scots. It's the classic blunder, inviting the wolf into the kitchen to catch the mouse, and then acting surprised when the wolf decides he likes the contents of the fridge. Among these seafaring opportunists came the Angles. They are the namesake of England, Angle land, and they were particularly drawn to the northern and eastern coasts. Unlike the Roman legions, who marched in rigid columns with standard bearers, the Angles arrived in open, clinker-built keels. These were shallow draft boats that could slide silently up the river estuaries, bypassing the crumbling Roman coastal defenses. We don't have a precise diary of these early years because the people arriving were illiterate warriors, not scribes. But tradition, filtered through centuries of oral storytelling and later monkish chronicles, gives us a name that strikes like a hammer on an anvil. Ida. Ida is the founding father of the Northumbrian royal line, a figure half-shrouded in the sea fret of legend. He arrived around the year 547 AD. The British poets, who were on the receiving end of his ambition, gave him a nickname that tells you everything you need to know about his management style: Flamdwin, or the Flame Bearer. You generally don't get a nickname like that for being good at negotiation or community outreach. It suggests a trail of burning thatch and scorched earth. Ida didn't land in a vacuum. The local British kingdom in this area was called Brunic, a Celtic name that the Angles would mangle into Bernicia. This was the land of the high ridges and the deep valleys north of the River Tees. The local British rulers, the descendants of the Votadini tribe, who had once acted as buffer states for Rome, likely put up a fight. But Ida was relentless. He set his sights on a specific geographic feature, a place the Britons called Din Gwari. This is the Rock of Bamberg. If you have never seen it, imagine a massive volcanic plug of dolerite, hard black stone, thrusting 150 feet straight up out of the sand dunes. It is one of the most naturally defensive spots in the entire British Isles. It looms over the sea, commanding views for miles in every direction. If you hold the rock, you hold the coast. The conquest of Bamberg wasn't just a military victory. It was a statement of permanence. The Romans had built forts nearby, but they often preferred inland logistics hubs. Ida looked at that rock and saw a capital. According to the records, which we should take with a grain of salt but appreciate for the flavor, Ida fortified the rock not with stone initially, but with a hedge. This likely refers to a massive timber palisade, a ring of sharpened stakes driven into the shallow soil atop the basalt, creating an impenetrable wooden crown on the cliff. This was the seed of Bernicia, the northern half of what would become Northumbria. It wasn't a vast kingdom yet. It was barely a toehold. Ida and his followers were likely a warrior elite, a minority ruling over a much larger population of native Britons. It's a common misconception that the Anglo-Saxons wiped everyone out. Genetics and archaeology suggest it was more of a hostile corporate takeover. The peasantry stayed put, farming the same fields. But the rent checks were now going to a guy named Ida, instead of a guy named Owain. Life in Ida's Bernicia would have been precarious. It was a frontier society. To the north lay the Picts, painted warriors who knew the highlands better than anyone. To the west lay the British kingdoms of Reged and Strathclyde, whose kings still fancied themselves heirs to Rome and viewed these Germanic upstarts as barbarians. To the south lay Deira, another emerging Anglian kingdom in Yorkshire, which we'll get to shortly. Ida reigned for 12 years. In that time, he consolidated his grip on the coast, fathering a sprawling brood of sons. Tradition says 12 of them, some by his queen and some by concubines. This biological productivity was actually a key political strategy. In a world without written contracts or constitutional succession, having a dozen spare heirs is a great insurance policy, though it does tend to lead to awkward family reunions later on. The landscape Ida looked out upon from his wooden stockade at Bebbanburg was wilder than the one we see today. The forests were thicker, filled with wolves and boar. The valleys were undrained fens. The Roman roads were still the best way to travel, but they were becoming overgrown, the paving stones loosened by frost and time. But the Angles were adapting. They brought their own architecture, great timber halls, where a lord would distribute rings and gold to his retainers in exchange for loyalty. This was the heroic age culture you hear about in Beowulf. It's important to visualize the soundscape of this new court at Bamburgh. The crashing of the waves below, yes, but inside the hall, the sound of the harp or lyre, the reciting of poetry, the clatter of weapons, and the roasting of meat. It was a culture that valued bravery above all else, but also loyalty and the giving of gifts. Ida wasn't just a tyrant. To his men, he was the ring giver, the provider of security in a chaotic world. When Ida died around 559 AD, he didn't leave behind a unified Northumbria. He left a solidified Bernicia, a pirate kingdom turned legitimate state, clinging to the rocky coast. He had proved that the Angles were here to stay. He had taken the rock of Dingwari and turned it into Bebbanburg, named later after a queen, Bebba. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The flame he bore had caught. The native British resistance, though fierce, was beginning to fracture. The Votadini were being pushed back, their hill forts abandoned or conquered. The old Roman order was a distant memory, a ghost story told by old men near the fire. A new order was rising from the North Sea mist, forged in iron and salt. But Bernicia was only half the story. To the south, across the wild moors and the River Tees, another Anglian power was growing in the ruins of Roman York. This was Deira, and for Northumbria to truly rise, these two wolves, Bernicia in the north and Deira in the south, would have to stop tearing at each other's throats and learn to hunt together. Or more likely, one wolf would have to eat the other. As Ida's body was laid to rest, perhaps in a burial mound overlooking the sea he had crossed, or perhaps burned in the pagan fashion to release his spirit, the stage was set. The Romans had retreated into the shadows of history. The flame-bearer had carved out a foundation. Now, the real building work and the real bloodshed was about to begin. If Ida was the spark that lit the fire, his grandson Ethelfrith was the wind that roared it into a blaze. We are moving now into the late 6th century, a time when the map of northern Britain looked less like a unified country and more like a broken stained glass window. To the north, we had Ida's Bernicia, clinging to the crags and the coast, a kingdom of hard men and cold winds. But look south, across the River Tees. Here lay a different land entirely. This was Deira. Geographically, Dira corresponds roughly to modern East Yorkshire. It's a landscape of rolling chalkwolds, fertile river valleys, and easy farming. While the Bernicians were scraping a living from thin soil on windswept plateaus, the Derrins were farming the rich earth that had once fed the Roman legions in York. Dara was the richer prize, and naturally, the Bernicians wanted it. It's the oldest story in the book. The hungry neighbor looking over the fence at the fat sheep next door. But for a long time, these two Anglian kingdoms were distinct, often hostile rivals. They shared a language and a culture, but they had different royal lines and different loyalties. It would take a singular will to smash them together. Enter Ethelfrith. He came to the throne of Bernicia around 593 AD. The Venerable Bede, writing a century later from his monastery cell in Jarrow, couldn't hide his admiration for Ethelfrith, despite the king being a staunch pagan. Bede called him a ravening wolf, a biblical reference to Benjamin, but used here to describe a man who devoured prey in the morning and divided the spoil in the evening. Ethelfrith wasn't a builder. He was a conqueror. He realized that for the Angles to survive against the hostile British kingdoms that surrounded them, Bernicia and Dara couldn't afford to be separate. They needed to be a hammer. So, around the year 604 AD, Ethelfrith made his move. He marched south. We don't have the details of the battles that took place. The shield walls, clashing in the Yorkshire mud, the burning of halls, but the result was decisive. Ethelfrith conquered Dira. He killed the Diran king, and in a move that was equal parts political genius and personal cruelty, he married the king's sister, a princess named Acha. This wasn't a romance novel. This was Ethelfrith weaving the two royal bloodlines together so tightly that no one could untangle them. By marrying Acha, he legitimized his rule over the Darans. I'm not just your conqueror, he was effectively saying. I'm family. However, there was a loose thread. Acha had a brother, a young nobleman named Edwin. As the rightful male heir to the Daran throne, Edwin was a walking, talking threat to Ethelfrith's new super-kingdom. Ethelfrith knew he couldn't just leave Edwin wandering around Yorkshire, rallying rebels. So, Edwin was forced into exile, fleeing for his life into the mists of the British West. We will catch up with him later, but for now, imagine him looking back over his shoulder, the wolf of Bernicia occupying his father's hall. With Dira and Bernicia fused under his iron command, Ethelfrith effectively created the Kingdom of Northumbria. He didn't call it that yet. The name implies north of the Humber, a southern perspective. But the entity was born. And now that his backyard was secure, Ethelfrith turned his gaze outward. His expansionism terrified the neighbors. To the northwest lay the Scots of Dal Riata, an Irish kingdom that had established itself on the jagged coast of Argyll. Their king, Aidan MacGabrain, was a powerful warlord who had been raiding successfully for decades. He looked at Ethelfrith's growing power and decided to nip it in the bud. In 603 AD, Aidan gathered a massive army, Scots, Irish, and perhaps even some disgruntled British warriors, and marched south to crush the Northumbrian upstart. They met at a place called Degsastan. The location is lost to us, maybe somewhere in the Cheviot Hills or Lindisfarne. But the outcome was etched into the memory of the North. It was a slaughter. Ethelfrith's brother was killed in the fighting, along with his entire personal guard, which suggests the battle was fierce and the lines were broken at least once. But Ethelfrith emerged victorious. He annihilated the Scottish army. Bede tells us that after Dexastan, no king of the Scots dared to make war against the English for a very long time. Ethelfrith had essentially closed the back door. Having dealt with the north, the wolf turned his hungry eyes west and south. The British kingdoms, the Welsh, were still powerful. They controlled everything west of the Pennines and south of the Dee. They viewed the Northumbrians as an invasive disease that needed to be excised. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Chester, sometime around 613 or 616 AD. This battle is famous not just for the strategic shift it caused, but for a chilling incident that reveals Ethelfrith's character. As the Northumbrian army lined up against the British forces near the old Roman fortress of Chester, Ethelfrith noticed a large group of men standing apart from the British soldiers. They weren't armed. They were monks from the nearby monastery of Bangor-on-Dee, over 1,000 of them, who had come to pray for a British victory. Ethelfrith asked who they were. When he was told they were praying to their god for his destruction, he shrugged and said, "If they are crying to their god against us, then they are fighting against us, even if they do not bear arms." He ordered his cavalry to charge the monks first. It was a massacre. 1,200 unarmed men were cut down before the main battle even began. It was brutal, shocking, and psychologically devastating. The British army, witnessing the slaughter of their holy men, crumbled. Ethelfrith routed them. The strategic importance of the Battle of Chester cannot be overstated. By taking Chester, Ethelfrith drove a wedge between the Britons of Wales and the Britons of the North, in Cumbria and Strathclyde. Before this, the Celts could communicate and coordinate from the Bristol Channel all the way to the Clyde. After Chester, the connection was severed. The Welsh were isolated in their peninsula, and the northern Britons were left alone to face the Northumbrian tide. Ethelfrith was now the undisputed master of the North. He ruled from the Humber to the Forth, from the North Sea to the Irish Sea. He was the prototype of the English High King, but his power was built entirely on the sword. He was a pagan warlord in the old style, a man who believed that might makes right and that the gods favored the strong. He had no administration to speak of, no written laws, no coinage. His government was his warband. His treasury was the loot he distributed to his thanes. Yet, for all his power, he couldn't sleep soundly. The loose thread was still pulling. Edwin, his brother-in-law, the exiled prince of Deira, was still out there. Edwin had been bouncing from court to court, moving further south, always one step ahead of Ethelfrith's assassins. Ethelfrith sent bribes and threats to every king who harbored the fugitive. "Give me Edwin," the messages said, "or I will bring my army to your doorstep." Most kings capitulated. They didn't want the wolf of the north knocking on their gate. But eventually, Edwin found refuge in East Anglia, at the court of King Raedwald, the man most likely buried in the famous ship at Sutton Hoo. Ethelfrith sent his usual package of threats and gold to Raedwald. "Kill him or give him to me." Raedwald wavered. He was tempted. But his queen, whose name, sadly, history has forgotten, shamed him. She told him it was beneath the dignity of a king to sell a guest for gold, or to betray a friend for fear. Raedwald stiffened his spine. He refused Ethelfrith. Ethelfrith, never one to bluff, gathered his army. He had never lost a battle. He was the breaker of the Scots, the scourge of the Welsh, the unifier of the north. He marched south to the River Idle, near the border of Mercia and Northumbria, to teach Raedwald a lesson and to finally snuff out the last threat to his rule. But empires built on blood are slippery. Ethelfrith had stretched himself thin. He was fighting far from home, deep in enemy territory. In 616 AD, on the banks of the Idle, the wolf finally met his match. In a confused and bloody engagement, Ethelfrith was killed. The king who had forged Northumbria died as he had lived, in the shield wall. His sons, boys who would grow up to be famous in their own right, fled north into exile among the Scots and Picts. And Edwin, the wanderer, the exile, the man who had spent his youth running, walked onto the battlefield, stepped over the body of his terrifying brother-in-law, and claimed the crown. The wolf was dead. But the kingdom he built, this jagged, forceful union of Bernicia and Dara, survived him. It was now Edwin's turn to see if he could hold the tiger by the tail. The pagan era of sheer brute force was ending, and a new, more complex age of diplomacy and conversion was about to dawn. The River Idle was still washing the blood of Ethelfrith's warband downstream when Edwin stepped into his new role. It is a strange thing to spend your entire adult life looking over your shoulder, living out of a packed bag in guest rooms, only to suddenly find yourself the most powerful man in Britain. Edwin wasn't just the king of Dara now. By right of conquest, he took Bernicia too. He didn't dismantle Ethelfrith's union. He simply painted his own name over the door. Edwin's reign is often remembered as a golden sunbreak between storms. After the ruthless, bone-breaking expansion of Ethelfrith, Edwin brought a kind of terrifying order to the land. Bede, our trusty guide through these centuries, tells us, with a bit of nostalgic exaggeration, that a woman with a newborn babe could walk throughout the island from sea to sea without receiving any harm. That's almost certainly propaganda. This was still the 7th century after all, and bandits still needed to eat. But it speaks to the psychological shift. The wolf was gone. The administrator had arrived. Edwin was a man who understood the theater of kingship. He didn't just want to be obeyed, he wanted to be revered. He adopted Roman affectations. Wherever he rode, a standard-bearer went before him carrying a tufa, a winged globe made of feathers fixed on a spear. It was a symbol of imperial authority, a clear message to the muddy farmers of Yorkshire that their king wasn't just a tribal chief, but a successor to the Caesars. He pushed the boundaries of Northumbria further than ever before. He annexed the British kingdom of Elmet, a pesky little independent enclave near modern Leeds, finally clearing out the last British resistance in the Pennines. He pushed north, and it's widely believed, though linguistically debated by buzzkill scholars, that the city of Edinburgh, Din Eden, bears his name. Imagine that. A fortress on a volcano in Scotland named after a refugee from Yorkshire. But Edwin's biggest challenge wasn't military. It was spiritual. The world was changing. To the south, the Kingdom of Kent had already converted to Christianity, linking them to the sophisticated, wine-drinking world of the Mediterranean. Edwin was a pragmatist. He saw that the old gods, Woden, Thunor, Tiu, were great for winning battles, but they didn't offer much in the way of international trade deals or literacy. He needed a wife, and he looked south to Kent. He asked for the hand of Princess Ethelbur, the sister of the King of Kent. The response from the south was stiff. It is not lawful to give a Christian virgin in marriage to a pagan, lest the faith and sacraments of the heavenly king be profaned. Edwin, ever the negotiator, shrugged. He promised not to force her to convert to his pagan ways. In fact, he'd let her bring her own priests and practice her religion openly in his halls. He even hinted, just to tease, that he might look into this Christ fellow himself if the religion proved to be more holy and worthy of God. So, Ethelberg came north, and with her came a man named Paulinus. Paulinus is a fascinating character. He was a Roman missionary, tall, with a slight stoop, black hair, and a thin, hooked nose, a description that feels so specific it must be true. He wasn't just a priest. He was a strategic operative for the church, sent into the wild north to snag the biggest fish in the pond. But Edwin didn't fold easily. He was a deliberate man. He sat on his throne, listening to Paulinus preach, and likely thought, yes, but what's in it for me? It took a brush with death to shake him. On Easter Sunday, 626 AD, an assassin arrived at Edwin's royal villa on the River Derwent. He was sent by the king of the West Saxons, a jealous rival named Cuichelm. The assassin, a man named Umer, walked into the hall, claiming to have a message. As he approached the throne, he drew a dagger from under his cloak. The blade had been dipped in poison. It happened in a heartbeat. One of Edwin's most loyal thanes, a man named Lila, saw the glint of steel. Lila didn't have time to draw a sword or shout a warning. He simply threw his body between the king and the knife. The blow was so violent that the dagger passed straight through Lila's body and still wounded Edwin. The hall erupted in chaos. Swords were drawn. The assassin was hacked to pieces. But amidst the blood and the shouting, Edwin sat bleeding, alive only because another man had loved him enough to die for him. That same night, traumatized and in pain, Edwin's queen went into labor and gave birth to a daughter. Paulinus, never one to miss a marketing opportunity, told Edwin that his prayers to the Christian God had saved the queen and the child. Edwin, perhaps delirious with pain and adrenaline, made a deal. If this god granted him victory over the West Saxons who had sent the assassin, he would convert. He healed. He marched south. He slaughtered the West Saxons. He returned victorious, but still, he hesitated. He was a king. He couldn't just change the state religion on a whim. He needed his council, his witan, to be on board. This leads us to one of the most beautiful scenes in all of English history. It's a moment that captures the existential dread of the human condition so perfectly that it still resonates 1400 years later. Edwin gathered his nobles and his high priests in a great timber hall, likely near York. The fire was roaring in the central hearth, casting long, dancing shadows against the walls. Outside, a winter storm was raging, rain and snow lashing against the roof. Edwin asked them what they thought of this new doctrine. One of his elders stood up. He didn't talk about theology or sin. He talked about mystery. He said, "The present life of man, O king, seems to me, in comparison with that time which is unknown to us, like to the swift flight of a sparrow through the room wherein you sit at supper in winter. The sparrow flies in at one door, and immediately out at another. Whilst he is within, he is safe from the wintry storm. But after a short space of fair weather, he immediately vanishes out of your sight, into the dark winter from which he had emerged. So this life of man appears for a short space, but of what went before, or what is to follow, we are utterly ignorant. If, therefore, this new doctrine contains something more certain, it seems justly to deserve to be followed. Silence must have descended on the hall. It's such a gentle, melancholy image. We are all just sparrows, flitting through a lit room, terrified of the dark outside. Then the mood shifted from philosophical to destructive. Koifi, the high priest of the pagan gods, stood up. You'd expect him to defend the old ways, but Koifi was a cynic. He basically said, "Look, king, I've served these gods more faithfully than anyone, and yet others are richer and more favored than me. If the gods were any good, they'd have helped me. I say we burn them." Koifi didn't wait for permission. He demanded arms and a stallion, both forbidden to a pagan priest, and rode straight to the nearby shrine at Goodmanham. He hurled a spear into the sacred enclosure, desecrating it. The people watched, terrified, waiting for a lightning bolt to strike him down. When nothing happened, the spell was broken. They tore the shrine to the ground. On Easter Day, 627 AD, in a hastily built wooden church in York, on the site where the magnificent York Minster stands today, King Edwin was baptized. With him went his nobles and a vast number of his people. It was a mass conversion, a political and spiritual turning point that aligned Northumbria with the Christian world of Rome and Gaul. Edwin's Northumbria was now the premier power in Britain, and it was Christian. Paulinus spent the next few years traveling the kingdom, baptizing thousands in the River Glen and the River Swale, the crowds wading into the water in a scene of charismatic fervor. But remember, the wheel of fortune, it spins. Edwin had climbed to the very top. He was the Bretwalda, the overlord of Britain. But in the west and the south, the storm clouds were gathering again. The pagan king Penda of Mercia, a man who makes the wolf Ethelfrith look like a cuddly puppy, was rising. And Penda had made an alliance with Cadwallon, the British king of Gwynedd, who hated Edwin with a burning ancestral fury. Edwin had brought the sparrow into the warmth of the hall, but the winter outside hadn't gone away. It was waiting for him. And in 633 AD, the doors would blow open, and the cold would come rushing back in. The winter that followed Edwin's death was long, bitter, and soaked in blood. When the news broke that the great king had fallen at the Battle of Hatfield Chase, his body mutilated, his head eventually taken to York to be buried in the church he had just built. The order he had established shattered like ice under a hammer. Northumbria didn't just mourn, it panicked. Paulinus, the Roman missionary who had been so busy dunking people in rivers, took one look at the advancing armies of Penda and Cadwallon, packed his bags, grabbed the widowed Queen Ethelbert, and fled by sea back to Kent. The golden age of Roman Christianity in the north evaporated almost overnight. What followed is known in the Chronicles as the Hateful Year. It was a time so shameful, so filled with apostasy and betrayal, that later scribes decided to scrub the names of the puppet kings who ruled during it from the official regnal lists. They simply pretended this year didn't happen and added it onto the reign of the man who came next to save them. That man was Oswald. Remember Ethelfrith, the wolf? When he died, his sons fled north into the heather and mist of the Scottish Highlands. Oswald was one of those boys. He had spent 17 years in exile among the Scots of Dalriata and the monks of Iona. He hadn't just been hiding, he had been learning. He grew up speaking the Irish tongue as fluently as his native English. He learned the way of the shield wall from Scottish warriors. But more importantly, he learned about a different kind of God from the Irish monks. While Edwin had been courted by the pomp and administrative structure of Rome, Oswald found a Christianity that was wilder, more elemental, and deeply ascetic. It was the faith of Saint Columba, a faith of windswept islands, beehive huts, and peregrination. When Oswald heard that his uncle Edwin was dead and his homeland was burning, he didn't come back as a pagan warlord seeking revenge. He came back as a crusader. In 634 AD, Oswald marched south with a small army. It was a Gideon's band, likely made up of loyal Northumbrian exiles and a hefty number of Scottish mercenaries. He was heading to face Cadwallon, the British king who had been ravaging Northumbria with the intent, Bede tells us, of wiping the English race from the island. Cadwallon was confident. He had killed Edwin. He had killed Edwin's successors. He was the dragon of the island, unassailable and arrogant. The armies met near Hexham, at a place called Heavenfield or Heavenfield. The name is almost certainly a retrospective branding exercise, but it fits the mood. The night before the battle, Oswald did something that would define his legend. He didn't sacrifice a goat or check the entrails of a bird. He ordered his men to dig a hole in the earth. He then took 2 pieces of timber, lashed them together to form a massive cross, and stepped into the hole himself. He held the cross upright with his own hands, a king getting his hands dirty, while his soldiers piled soil and stones around the base to secure it. Then he knelt. He told his men to pray to the living God for deliverance from the proud enemy. It was a piece of psychological theater, every bit as powerful as the Roman standards, but it spoke of humility, not dominance. When the sun rose, the Northumbrians charged. They caught Cadwallon off guard. The British army, likely exhausted and overconfident, crumbled. The dragon fled. Cadwallon was chased south into the valley and killed near a tributary of the Tyne. The British threat that had loomed over the north for decades was finally broken. Oswald was now king of Northumbria. He was young, likely in his late 20s, tall, broad-shouldered, and radiating the kind of charisma that makes people want to build statues. But he had a problem. His kingdom was a spiritual wreck. The people had technically been baptized by Paulinus, but with the priests gone, they were sliding back into the old ways. Woden was creeping back into the hearts. Oswald didn't send a letter to the Pope in Rome. He didn't trust the Southerners who had fled at the first sign of trouble. Instead, he looked north to his friends, his teachers, the men who had sheltered him when he was a nobody. He sent a message to the monastery of Iona, that holy island in the Hebrides, asking for a bishop to help him convert his people. Iona responded. They sent a man named Corman. Corman was, well, he was a disaster. He was austere, rigid, and entirely unsuited for the rough and tumble world of Northumbrian peasants. He preached with fire and brimstone, demanding immediate perfection. The Northumbrians, who were tough, stubborn farmers, just stared at him. Corman got frustrated, backed up, and went back to Iona, storming into the council of elders and declaring that the English were intractable beasts who couldn't be saved. Sitting in that council meeting was a monk named Aidan. He listened to Corman's rant, waited for him to finish, and then spoke softly. "Brother," he said, "it seems to me that you were too severe on your unlearned hearers. You should have given them the milk of simpler teaching first, until they were strong enough for the meat of the sublime. The room went quiet. The elders looked at Aidan and said, essentially, right, you're hired. Aidan traveled to Northumbria in 635 AD. The partnership he formed with King Oswald is unique in English history. Usually, the relationship between church and state is a power struggle, a game of chess between bishops and kings. With Oswald and Aidan, it was a brotherhood. Because Aidan didn't speak English well yet, and the people didn't speak Irish, the king himself acted as the interpreter. Picture the scene in the royal hall. The humble monk standing before the gathered thanes, preaching the gospel in soft, flowing Gaelic, and the warrior king, the slayer of Cadwallon, standing beside him, translating the words into the guttural Old English of his people. It sent a powerful message. If the king serves this man, then this man is worth listening to. Oswald wanted to give Aidan a seat for his bishopric. York was the obvious choice. It was the Roman capital, the place with the stone walls. But Aidan was an islander. He craved the rhythm of the tides, the solitude of the ocean. He asked for Lindisfarne. Lindisfarne, known today as Holy Island, is a geological twin to Bamberg. It lies just a few miles up the coast. Twice a day, the tide comes in and cuts it off from the mainland, turning it into a secluded sanctuary. Twice a day, the tide recedes, opening a causeway to the world. It was the perfect metaphor for the Celtic monastic ideal. Retreat to God, then go out to the people. Oswald agreed. He gave Aidan the island, and from that windswept rock, a spiritual revolution began. Unlike the Roman missionaries who liked to stay in the royal courts and baptize kings, Aidan and his monks walked. They walked everywhere. They tramped through the muddy tracks of the Cheviots and the dales of Yorkshire. They spoke to shepherds, fishermen, and slaves. If a rich man gave Aidan a horse, he would give it away to the first beggar he met. This radical generosity stunned the Northumbrians. They were used to lords who took. Here were men who only gave. The Celtic mission rooted itself in the hearts of the common people in a way the Roman mission never had. It wasn't top-down. It was grassroots. Oswald, meanwhile, was busy being the perfect medieval king. He was generous to a fault. One Easter, while sitting at dinner with Aidan, a silver dish of meat was brought in. A servant whispered that a crowd of poor people was begging outside. Oswald immediately ordered the meat to be taken out to them and the silver dish to be broken up and distributed among them. Aidan, moved by this impulsive act of charity, seized the king's right hand and blessed it, saying, "May this hand never perish." It was a golden time. The Northumbrian hegemony extended further than ever. Oswald was recognized as Bretwalda by almost all the kingdoms of Britain. Even the southern Saxons acknowledged his dominance. The mixing of Anglian martial strength and Irish intellectual and spiritual depth created a vibrant, dynamic culture. Art, metalwork, and poetry began to flourish, but the shadow of Mercia was still long. Benda, the old pagan warlord who had brought down Edwin, was still alive. He was watching Oswald's rise with deep suspicion. Benda was a man of the old world, a devotee of the warrior gods, and he saw this Christian alliance between Northumbria and the rest of the island as a direct threat to his independence. Oswald knew that peace was fragile. He was a warrior saint, but he was a warrior first. He spent his reign riding the bounds of his kingdom, putting down minor rebellions and keeping the peace with the point of a spear. But he knew that eventually the Wolf of Mercia would come for him, just as he had come for Edwin. The clash was inevitable. Two great powers, two great ideologies, the cross and the hammer, were on a collision course, and when they finally met, the result would be one of the most shocking events of the 7th century, a moment that would test the faith of the new church to its very breaking point. To understand the soul of Northumbria, you have to understand the rhythm of the tides. At the heart of this new Christian kingdom wasn't a fortress of stone or a bustling market square, but a tidal island that spent half its life cut off from the world. Lindisfarne, or Holy Island, sits just a few miles down the coast from the royal stronghold of Bebbanburg. On a clear day, you can see one from the other, the King's Rock and the Bishop's Island, staring at each other across the cold, grey swell of the North Sea. When Aidan and his monks arrived from Iona, they didn't build a cathedral of soaring stone arches. That wasn't the Celtic way. They built a skeet, a scattering of simple beehive huts made of wattle and daub, perhaps reinforced with local stone, and a modest wooden church thatched with wild reeds. It would have looked less like a seat of power and more like a shanty town at the edge of the world. But the power generated here wasn't political. It was atmospheric. Life on Lindisfarne was dictated by the sea. When the tide was in, the monks were enclosed in a natural cloister of water. The silence would have been absolute, broken only by the crying of gulls, the barking of seals on the sandbars, and the rhythmic chanting of the psalms. It was a place of intense, almost aggressive solitude. The Celtic monks believed in peregrinatio pro Christo, wandering for Christ, but they also believed in the desert in the ocean. They sought out the wildest, bleakest places because they believed that on the edge of survival, the veil between heaven and earth was thinnest. But when the tide rolled out, revealing the long, muddy spine of the causeway, the monastery exhaled. The monks would hike up their robes and walk barefoot across the wet sand to the mainland. This was the heartbeat of the Lindisfarne legacy. It wasn't a static institution. It was a lung, breathing grace in and out of the kingdom. Aidan himself was the engine of this legacy. He refused to ride the horses gifted to him by the nobility, preferring to walk. This wasn't just false modesty. It was a tactical choice. You can't talk to a peasant when you're looking down from a saddle. By walking, Aidan placed himself on the same level as the people he was trying to save. He became a familiar figure on the dirt tracks of Bernicia, a gentle, Irish-accented man who would stop to chat with ploughmen, bless children, and crucially, buy the freedom of slaves. This is a part of the history often glossed over. The slave trade was brisk in 7th century England. War captives and the destitute were regularly sold like cattle. Aidan used the donations he received from the wealthy to purchase these young men. But he didn't just free them, he educated them. He brought them back to Lindisfarne, shaved their heads in the distinctive Celtic tonsure, which shaved the front of the head from ear to ear, unlike the Roman crown, and taught them Latin, scripture, and theology. It was an audacity of hope. He was taking the lowest of the low, the displaced, the trauma survivors, and turning them into the future leaders of the English church. Among these boys were names that would ring through history: Eata, Chad, Ced, and Wilfrid. This was the school of the English, a talent incubator built on a rock. producing a generation of homegrown clergy who would eventually carry the torch when the Irish founders were gone. The relationship between the island and the palace was symbiotic. King Oswald would often row over from Bamberg to pray, and Aidan would row over to the mainland to advise. It was a golden moment of balance. The secular arm protected the spiritual, and the spiritual arm legitimized the secular. We see this in the legends that sprang up. One famous story tells of Aidan looking out from his island retreat and seeing smoke rising from the roof of Bamberg. Benda of Mercia, during a raid, had piled brushwood against the city walls and set it alight. Aidan, distressed, cried out, "See, Lord, what great evil Benda does." The wind immediately changed direction, blowing the flames back onto the attackers and saving the fortress. Whether or not the wind actually shifted is a matter for theologians and meteorologists. But the story tells us something true. The Northumbrians believed their survival was pinned to the prayers of this holy man. But the 7th century had no respect for golden ages. The tension we left simmering at the end of the last section was about to boil over. Benda of Mercia, the old pagan warlord, was not a man to let a rival superpower grow unchecked. He had allied again with the Welsh, this time with the kings of Powys, and was marching north. Oswald, the warrior saint, did not wait for them to burn his crops. He gathered his army and marched south to meet the threat. The campaign of 642 AD took him deep into enemy territory, all the way to the borderlands of the Welsh Marches near modern-day Oswestry in Shropshire. This was a long way from the protective tides of Lindisfarne. The battle took place at a site known as Heavenfield. We have no tactical maps, but we know the outcome. It was a catastrophe for Northumbria. The Northumbrian shield wall, which had held so firm at Heavenfield, was shattered. Oswald, the king who had planted the cross, was surrounded. The end of Oswald was brutal. He knew he was dying. Tradition says his last words were not a curse on his enemies, but a prayer for the souls of his soldiers. God have mercy on their souls, as said Oswald when he fell to the earth. Benda was not sentimental. He was a victor who believed in making examples. When he found Oswald's body in the bloody mud, he ordered it to be hacked apart. He took the head and the arms, the same arms that Aidan had blessed, saying, "May this hand never perish," and impaled them on wooden stakes. It was a gruesome, pagan trophy display, designed to terrify the Northumbrians and prove that their Christian God had no power over the hammer of Woden. The news of Heavenfield struck Northumbria like a physical blow. The king was dead, the army was destroyed, the protector was gone. At Lindisfarne, the mourning must have been profound. Aidan had lost his brother, his friend, and his patron. The golden age had lasted only 8 years. But this is where the legacy of Lindisfarne truly solidified. They didn't pack up and leave. Instead, the monastery became the keeper of the flame. A year after the battle, Oswald's brother, who we will meet properly in a moment, rode south into the heart of enemy territory to retrieve the stakes. He brought the head and the arms back to the north. The head of King Oswald was brought to Lindisfarne. It was treated not just as a body part, but as a holy relic. The monks washed it, anointed it, and placed it in a shrine. This act transformed Lindisfarne from a simple monastery into a pilgrimage site. Oswald became Saint Oswald, the first English martyr king. His cult spread across Europe rapidly. You can still find churches dedicated to him, in Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. The hand that never perished was placed in a silver casket in the Church of St. Peter at Bamberg, where it was said to remain uncorrupted for centuries, a silent rebuke to Penda's violence. Back on the island, the mood shifted. The optimism of the early mission was replaced by a grim determination. The monks were no longer just evangelists. They were guardians of a memory. They began to write, to record, to sanctify. The sea that surrounded them seemed a little colder, the wind a little sharper. Aidan himself didn't survive the heartbreak for long. He died in 651 AD, famously leaning against a wooden post of the church in Bamberg, looking out towards his beloved island. But he had done his work. He had planted the seeds deep in the Northumbrian soil. As the sun set on the era of Oswald and Aidan, the kingdom of Northumbria was once again on the brink of extinction. Penda of Mercia was the undisputed master of Britain. He had killed two Northumbrian kings, Edwin and Oswald, and he was hungry for a third. The north was fractured, Bernicia and Deira were drifting apart, and the wolves were circling. But from the shadows emerged a new figure. He wasn't the charismatic saint that Oswald was. He was a pragmatist, a survivor, a man willing to do the dirty work to keep the lights on. This was Oswiu, and he was about to enter the fight of his life, not with a prayer and a cross, but with gold, guile, and a desperate sword. Oswiu was the man you call when the hero is dead and the house is on fire. He didn't have the shimmering, saintly aura of his brother Oswald. He was a grittier creature, forged in the same exile among the Scots, but seemingly learning a different set of lessons. If Oswald was the idealist, Oswiu was the realist. And in the middle of the 7th century, Northumbria didn't need another martyr. It needed a manager who knew how to fight dirty. The situation he inherited in 642 AD was appalling. Penda of Mercia was effectively the mafia don of Britain. He had dismembered Oswald and pinned his limbs to stakes. He was raiding Northumbria with impunity, burning villages and demanding tribute. Oswiu, clinging to the rocky fortress of Bamberg, could do little more than watch the smoke rise. For the first 13 years of his reign, he wasn't a king in the imperial sense. He was a survivor, holding onto a cliff edge by his fingernails. He tried diplomacy. He married Eanfleed, the daughter of King Edwin. This was a clever move. Remember, Edwin was the Deiran king, and Oswiu was Benitian. The two halves of Northumbria were always looking for an excuse to divorce. And by marrying the Deiran princess, Oswiu was trying to stitch the wound shut. Eanfleid herself is a remarkable figure. She was the baby born the night of the assassin's attack on Edwin, the first Northumbrian to be baptized. She had grown up in exile in Kent and returned north as a carrier of the Roman tradition, which would cause some interesting domestic arguments later. But for now, she was a symbol of unity. But symbols don't stop armies. Penda was relentless. He was an old man by now, likely in his 70s, but he possessed a terrifying vitality. He was the last great avatar of the Germanic pagan warrior ethos. To him, these Christian kings were soft, hypocritical, and weak. He respected strength, and for a long time, Oswiu looked very weak indeed. The tension finally snapped in 645 AD. Penda decided it was time to finish the job. He wasn't satisfied with tribute anymore. He wanted extermination. He gathered a coalition force that the chroniclers describe with awe. 30 legions is the phrase used. 30 royal war bands, led by 30 subject kings and princes. This included cadaverous British lords from Wales, eager for revenge against the Angles, and even some treacherous Northumbrian nobles who disliked Oswiu. One of them was Ethelwald, Oswiu's own nephew, the son of the sainted Oswald. Family dinners in the 7th century were tense affairs. Penda marched this massive, great army north. They swept through the land like a slow-moving natural disaster. Oswiu retreated. He fell back to the far northern reaches of his kingdom, possibly to the fortress of Stirling in modern Scotland, which was then known as Udeu. He was cornered. The wolves were not just at the door. They were in the kitchen eating the porridge. In a desperate attempt to save his skin, Oswiu offered Penda a treasure hoard. Bede tells us he offered an incalculable quantity of regalia and presents as the price of peace. There is some historical debate about what happened next. Some sources say Penda took the gold and distributed it to his British allies, but decided to attack anyway. Others say he simply spat on the offer, declaring that he didn't want Oswiu's gold. He wanted his bones. Either way, the deal failed. Penda turned his army south, perhaps weighed down by plunder, or perhaps maneuvering for the kill. Oswiu, with his back to the wall, made a different kind of deal. He looked up. He vowed that if God granted him victory against this overwhelming pagan force, he would give his infant daughter, Aelfled, to the church as a nun, and he would donate 12 estates to build monasteries. It was a transactional prayer. You give me the victory, I give you the real estate. With a small army, some sources say he was outnumbered 3-1. Oswiu shadowed the Mercian host as they moved south. The clash came on November 15th, 655 AD. The location was the banks of the river Winwade. We don't know exactly where this river is today. Most historians guess it's the River Went near Leeds, or perhaps the Cockbeck. What matters isn't the GPS coordinates, but the weather. It was pouring rain. The kind of relentless, driving November rain that turns the English landscape into a grey soup. The river had burst its banks, transforming the valley into a treacherous floodplain of swirling brown water and sucking mud. Penda's army, vast and cumbersome, was caught on the wrong footing. The 30 legions were likely strung out along the Roman road, confident and perhaps a bit lax. They didn't expect the little mouse Oswiu to turn and bite. But bite he did. The Battle of the Winwade was a slaughter, but not in the traditional sense of shield wall grinding. It was a rout caused by panic and terrain. Oswiu's forces charged, and the Mercian coalition disintegrated. The treachery of the allies played a part. The British king of Gwynedd, Cadwaladr, simply packed up his men and left the night before the battle, earning him the nickname Battle Shooker. Ethelwald, Oswiu's treacherous nephew, stood his men aside to see who would win, effectively staying neutral to save his own neck. Penda found himself abandoned. But the old wolf didn't run. He fought, and there, in the mud of the Winwade, the pagan age of England came to a wet, bloody end. Penda was killed. The most feared man in Britain, the slayer of kings, fell not to a champion's sword, but in a chaotic scrum in the rain. But the real killer that day was the river. Bede writes with grim satisfaction that more were drowned in the flight than were destroyed by the sword. As the Mercian warriors tried to flee, they were driven back into the swollen waters. Heavy mail shirts, exhaustion, and the freezing current did the rest. The Winwade swept away the flower of the Mercian nobility, carrying them downstream toward the sea. The death of Penda was a seismic event. It was the fall of the Berlin Wall for the 7th century. Suddenly, the pressure that had been crushing Northumbria for a generation vanished. Oswiu stood on the riverbank, presumably soaked to the bone. As the undisputed master of Britain, he didn't waste time. He marched south and effectively occupied Mercia. For a few years, he ruled the Midlands directly, installing his own governors. He was now the Bretwalda, the overlord, wielding more power than Edwin or Oswald ever had. He had fulfilled his vow too. His daughter Ilflaed, barely a year old, was handed over to the nuns at Hartlepool, and later Whitby, to live a life of cloistered silence. A high price for a battle won, but a deal was a deal. But Oswiu's struggles weren't just external. While he had settled the question of who ruled the land, there was a growing conflict about how they worshipped. The muddy conflict of the Windward had saved Northumbria, but it had also brought two tectonic plates of Christianity crashing together. Remember, Oswiu was an Iona man, raised in the Celtic tradition of Oswald and Aidan. He celebrated Easter according to the Irish calculations. He liked his monks tonsured in the Celtic style. But his wife, Queen Eanfleed, was a Kentish woman, raised in the Roman tradition. She had her own chaplain, a Roman priest named Romanus. This led to a bizarre situation in the royal household, because the Celtic and Roman churches used different lunar calendars to calculate Easter. There were years where the king would be celebrating the feast of Easter, feasting, drinking, rejoicing in the resurrection, while the queen was still in the grim penitence of Palm Sunday or Lent. You can imagine the domestic tension. Pass the roast lamb, dear. I can't, Oswiu. It's still a fast day for me. Enjoy your gluttony. It sounds like a trivial administrative mix-up to us, like forgetting to change the clocks for daylight savings. But to medieval people, this was deadly serious. Easter wasn't just a holiday. It was the central mystery of the faith. If you got the date wrong, were you even saved? Were you celebrating the resurrection on the wrong day? And if the king and queen couldn't agree on when to pray, how could the kingdom be united under God? The defeat of Penda had removed the external threat, allowing these internal fissures to crack open. The simmering tension between the Scoti, the Irish Celtic faction, and the Romani, the Roman faction, began to heat up. Young, ambitious clerics like Wilfrid, a Northumbrian nobleman who had traveled to Rome and come back convinced that the Celtic ways were backward and rustic, began to whisper in Oswiu's ear. They told him that the Irish were a tiny minority on the edge of the world, while Rome was the universal church of St. Peter, the key bearer of heaven. Oswiu, the pragmatist, looked at his kingdom. He looked at his wife. He looked at the south, which was slowly aligning with Rome. He realized that he couldn't run a superpower with a split spiritual personality. He needed to make a choice. He needed to standardize the software of his kingdom. And so, he called a meeting, not a council of war this time, but a synod, a gathering of the minds. He chose a location that was symbolic of the new Northumbria, a double monastery perched high on the wind-battered cliffs of the Yorkshire coast, ruled by a formidable royal abbess named Hilda. He called them to Whitby. The mud of the Windward had barely dried on his boots when Oswiu turned to face this new battle. It wouldn't be fought with swords, but with arguments, computations, and appeals to apostolic authority. The outcome would determine the cultural DNA of England for the next 1,000 years. But as Oswiu rode toward the sea, leaving the wreckage of the pagan army behind him, he must have felt the weight of the crown pressing down harder than ever. Winning the war was the easy part. Winning the peace was going to be a headache. The wind on the headland at Whitby doesn't just blow, it scours. If you stand on the cliff edge where the ruins of the abbey now stand, you can feel the sheer kinetic energy of the North Sea slamming against the Yorkshire coast. In 664 AD, this place was known as Streonshall, a name that sounds as rugged and elemental as the landscape itself. It was here, amidst the crying of gulls and the salt spray, that the soul of England was put on trial. King Oswiu had called the synod to settle the Easter question once and for all. It sounds like a dry, administrative agenda item, the kind of thing that would be buried in the footnotes of a parish newsletter today. But as we've seen, in the 7th century, the date of Easter was the linchpin of the cosmos. To get it wrong was to be out of step with God. The host of this high-stakes summit was Abbess Hilda. She is one of the towering figures of the age, a woman of royal blood, a grandniece of King Edwin, who ran her double monastery, housing both monks and nuns, with the terrifying efficiency of a CEO and the gentle wisdom of a saint. Kings and bishops came to her for advice. She was a Celtic Christian at heart, having been trained by Aidan, but she was diplomatic enough to host both sides without setting the tablecloth on fire. Picture the great timber hall of the monastery. On one side sat the Scoti, the Irish party. They were led by Bishop Coleman of Lindisfarne. These men were ascetics. They wore undyed wool habits, rough and smelling of sheep and rain. Their heads were shaved in the Celtic tonsure, from ear to ear across the front, leaving long hair at the back. To the Roman eye, they looked like wild druids. They represented the tradition of Iona, of Columba, of the simple, charismatic faith that had converted the North. On the other side sat the Romani, the Roman party. Their champion was not a bishop, but a priest named Wilfrid. Wilfrid was young, only about 30, but he was a force of nature. He was a Northumbrian nobleman who had travelled to Rome and Gaul, and he had returned dazzled by the majesty of the continental church. He saw the stone basilicas, the chanting choirs, the silk vestments, and the universal order of the papacy, and he looked back at the wooden huts of Lindisfarne with disdain. He was brilliant, arrogant, and completely convinced of his own righteousness. King Oswiu sat in the middle, the weary judge. He just wanted an answer. He wanted to know that when he prayed, he was dialing the right number. Bishop Coleman spoke first. His argument was simple and sentimental. He said essentially, "We do what our fathers did. We follow the tradition of the holy Saint Columba, a man of undeniable sanctity, whose miracles prove he was favored by God. Are you saying our ancestors are all in hell because they used the wrong calendar?" It was a powerful appeal to loyalty and local pride. The Northumbrians loved Columba and Aidan. To reject their customs felt like a betrayal of the men who had saved them from paganism. Then Wilfrid stood up. He didn't play nice. He was a debater, a lawyer in a cassock. He spoke with the sneering confidence of a man who has read the latest books from the capital. He dismissed the Irish tradition as a rustic error, tolerated only because they were so far away from civilization on their remote islands of the ocean. As for your Columba, Wilfrid said, his voice lightly dripping with condescension. However holy he was, is he to be preferred to the most blessed Prince of the Apostles, to whom our Lord has said, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church"? Wilfrid was dropping the nuclear option. He wasn't arguing about math or lunar cycles anymore. He was arguing about authority. He was pitting the local saint of Iona against the universal authority of Saint Peter, the man to whom Jesus had personally handed the keys to the kingdom of heaven. King Oswiu was listening intently. This was the part that grabbed him. He was a king. He understood chains of command. He understood gatekeepers. He turned to Coleman and asked, "Is it true, Coleman, that these words were spoken to Peter by our Lord?" Coleman, honest to a fault, nodded. "It is true, O king." "And can you show any such power given to your Columba?" Oswiu asked. Coleman lowered his head. "None." The king nodded slowly. You can almost see the gears turning in his head. He wasn't a theologian. He was a practical man looking for the best insurance policy. He smiled, a rare moment of levity in the records, and delivered his verdict. "Then, I tell you, Peter is the doorkeeper, whom I will not contradict, lest when I come to the gates of the kingdom of heaven, there should be none to open them, he being my adversary, who is proved to have the keys." It was a brilliant, slightly humorous way to end the deadlock. Oswiu was essentially saying, "Look, when I die, I have to get past St. Peter. I don't want to annoy the bouncer." The decision was made. Northumbria would follow Rome. The consequences of the Synod of Whitby were immediate and profound. For Bishop Coleman, it was a crushing defeat. He couldn't bear to see his beloved Lindisfarne turned over to the Roman rules. He couldn't bring himself to abandon the customs of his fathers. So, in a scene of tragic dignity, Coleman resigned his bishopric. He gathered his Irish monks and about 30 English monks who remained loyal to the Celtic way, and they packed their bags. They took with them the bones of St. Aidan, some of them at least, and they walked back across the causeway for the last time. They headed north, back to Iona, and eventually to a new monastery in Ireland. It was the end of the Celtic Church in England. The wild, independent spirit of the Irish mission had been tamed and brought into the fold of the European hierarchy. But for Northumbria, this was the moment it truly joined the world. By aligning with Rome, Oswiu plugged his kingdom into the mainframe of Western civilization. It opened the floodgates for art, music, architecture, and books to pour into the north. It meant that a monk in Jarrow could read the same texts as a monk in Naples. It paved the way for the golden age that was about to dawn. Wilfrid, naturally, was triumphant. He was given the monastery at Ripon and eventually became the Bishop of York. He began to build on a scale never seen before in the north. He brought in stonemasons from Gaul and glaziers to make glass windows, a technology that seemed like magic to the English peasants. He built a great stone church at Hexham with a crypt constructed from recycled Roman stones, which you can still walk into today. It's a dark, claustrophobic space, smelling of damp earth, where you can run your hands over the chiseled graffiti of Roman legionaries, repurposed to the glory of the Christian God. However, the Celtic spirit didn't vanish entirely. It went underground. It survived in the art. The genius of the Northumbrian Golden Age was that it fused the two traditions. It took the Roman love of structure and text and combined it with the Celtic love of intricate, spiraling, chaotic pattern. It took the Mediterranean words and dressed them in the jewelry of the barbarian north. Whitby itself became a beacon of this new, hybrid culture. Abbess Hilda remained in charge, guiding the transition with her steady hand. Under her rule, the monastery became a nursery for saints and poets. It was here, in the cow sheds of the abbey, that a shy, illiterate stable hand named Kedman lived. Legend tells us that Kedman would leave the feast whenever the harp was passed around because he was ashamed that he couldn't sing. One night, he fell asleep in the stable, and a man appeared to him in a dream and said, "Kedman, sing me something." "I cannot sing," Kedman replied. "That is why I left the feast." "Nevertheless, you must sing to me." The stranger insisted. "What shall I sing?" "Sing the beginning of created things." And there, in the straw, Kedman began to sing verses he had never heard before, praising God, the Creator. When he woke up, he remembered the song. He was brought to Hilda, who recognized the miracle. She invited him to become a monk. Caedmon, the first English poet whose name we know, spent the rest of his life turning the scriptures into vernacular verse, making the Latin god speak English. This was the fruit of Whitby. It wasn't just about Easter dates. It was about the synthesis of cultures. It was about a kingdom that was rough, violent, and wind-battered, suddenly finding its voice. As the synod disbanded and the participants rode away, Wilfrid to his stone-building projects, Coleman to his self-imposed exile, the sun set on the heroic age of conversion. The time of the wandering saints was over. The time of the builders, the scholars, and the artists had begun. The sword had carved out the kingdom. Now the pen would define it. But before we get too lost in the smell of incense and old parchment, we must remember that Northumbria was still a political entity, and politics never stops. Oswiu was powerful, yes, but he was getting old. The decision at Whitby had unified the church, but the political landscape was shifting. The Mercian kingdom, though defeated at the Windweed, was regenerating. Benda's son, Wulfhere, was proving to be a chip off the old block, clawing back Mercian independence. Oswiu died in 670 AD. He had been the great survivor, the man who outlasted the hateful year, the killer of Benda, the convener of Whitby. He was the last of the great imperial overlords of the north. With his death, the sheer military dominance of Northumbria began to wane, just a fraction. The tide was turning. But as the military tide went out, the cultural tide came rushing in. The next 50 years would see Northumbria become the brightest light in Europe, a place where, for a brief, shining moment, the edge of the world became the center of learning. We are about to enter the scriptorium. Quiet now. The monks are working. The shouting of the synod has faded, and the political maneuvering of kings has settled into a quiet hum. We are leaving the great hall now and stepping into a much smaller, much quieter room. It smells of cured leather, acidic oak gall ink, and the faint, briny tang of the sea. This is the scriptorium, and it is here, in the silence, that the true golden age of Northumbria is being forged, not in iron, but in gold leaf and pigment. It's hard to overstate just how bright this light was. In the late 7th and early 8th centuries, while much of Europe was still piecing itself back together after the collapse of Rome, the Kingdom of Northumbria became an unexpected powerhouse of intellectual and artistic production. It was a renaissance before the Renaissance, and the jewel in the crown, the object that defines this moment more than any battle or castle, is a book, the Lindisfarne Gospels. Let's sit next to Edfrith. He is the Bishop of Lindisfarne, holding the post from 698 to 721 AD. Usually, bishops are administrators busy with tithes and disputes. But Edfrith was an artist of genius. Historians believe he wrote and illuminated the Gospels single-handedly. Just think about that. We aren't talking about a weekend hobby. We are talking about 5 to 10 years of solitary, back-breaking, eye-straining labor. Imagine him sitting on his wooden stool in the scriptorium on Holy Island. The light has to be natural. Candlelight flickers too much and is a fire hazard. So he works only when the sun allows. In the winter months of the North Sea, that window of time is short and grey. He is working on vellum, which is calfskin. To make a book of this magnitude, you need a herd. The Lindisfarne Gospels required the skins of about 130 calves. The preparation of the skin alone is an art, scraping, stretching, and smoothing it until it is a creamy, flawless surface, distinctively different from the papyrus used in the Mediterranean. Then there are the colors. Edfrith didn't just pop down to an art supply store. He was a chemist. The palette of the Gospels is a map of the known world. He used red lead and kermes, made from crushed Mediterranean insects, for his scarlets. He used verdigris for green. He used woad, the plant ancient Britons painted themselves with, for deep blues. But the most shocking inclusion is the lapis lazuli. This is a semi-precious stone that, at this time, could only be found in one place on Earth, the Badakhshan mines in the Himalayas of Afghanistan. The fact that a monk on a wet rock off the coast of Northumberland was dipping his quill into blue pigment that had traveled 4,000 miles along the Silk Road tells you everything about the reach of this golden age. Northumbria wasn't isolated, it was connected. Now, look at the page he is painting. It's a carpet page, a solid rectangle of ornamentation that looks like an oriental rug. At first glance, it's just a dazzling confusion of color. But lean in closer. The design is a fusion, a visual handshake between the cultures that made Northumbria. You have the intricate, spiraling, curvilinear patterns of the Celtic tradition, the La Ten style that dates back to the Iron Age. These spirals spin and flow like water. Then, woven into that, you have the Germanic interlace, the knotwork that the Angles brought with them on their sword hilts and belt buckles. It's an endless line, looping over and under, trapping chaos in a grid of order. And if you look even closer, those lines aren't just abstract ribbons. They are animals. Birds with long necks, dogs with elongated limbs, biting each other's tails, all stretched and contorted to fit the geometry of God. And finally, the text itself. It's written in a script called Insula Majuscule. It's a majestic, rounded hand that combines the dignity of Roman capitals with the fluidity of Irish calligraphy. It is the physical embodiment of the Synod of Whitby, Roman order and Celtic spirit living on the same page. Edfrith created this masterpiece not for a museum, but for a shrine. It was made to honor St. Cuthbert, the hermit bishop who had died a decade earlier and whose uncorrupted body lay in a wooden coffin behind the altar. The book was a tool for the liturgy, a gospel book meant to be carried in processions. Its jeweled cover, now lost sadly, flashing in the candlelight. But Lindisfarne wasn't the only factory of brilliance. Down the coast, at the twin monastery of Monkwearmouth Jarrow, a different kind of genius was at work. This monastery was founded by Benedict Biscop, a nobleman who was a relentless traveler. He went to Rome 5 times, an exhausting, dangerous journey, and every time he came back, he brought books, crates and crates of them. He built a library at Jarrow that was likely the finest in Northern Europe. If Lindisfarne was the Celtic artistic studio, Jarrow was the Roman academic university. The abbot there, Ceolfrith, had an ambition that makes modern publishing look lazy. He decided to produce 3 massive, single-volume Bibles, Bandex, containing the entire Old and New Testaments. We call the survivor the Codex Amiatinus. This book is a monster. It weighs 75 pounds. It stands 1.5 feet high. It required the skins of over 500 calves. Unlike the Lindisfarne Gospels, which is wild and decorative, the Codex Amiatinus is austere, precise, and deeply Roman. The script is a clean uncial, designed to look exactly like the books being produced in Italy. Ceolfrith was saying, "Look, we may be at the end of the world, but we are Romans too." One of these 3 great Bibles was meant as a gift for the Pope. In 716 AD, the elderly Ceolfrith packed the giant book and set off for Rome one last time. He died on the journey in France, but his monks carried the book the rest of the way. For centuries, it sat in an Italian monastery, and scholars assumed it was Italian. It wasn't until the 19th century that someone realized this masterpiece of Italian art was actually made by Geordie monks in Northumbria. This explosion of culture wasn't just about pretty pictures. It was about a deep, fervent belief that literacy and beauty were paths to God. In the scriptorium, writing was a form of prayer. The scribe would sit in silence, often freezing cold. Fire was forbidden near the books, copying the word of God, letter by letter. Every stroke of the pen was a beat of the heart, a dedication. There's a touching human detail in the Lindisfarne Gospels that comes from a much later time. About 250 years after Edfrith finished his work, a priest named Aldred added a translation. He wrote the Old English words in small letters above the Latin text, creating the oldest surviving translation of the Gospels into English. At the end, he added a colophon, a little note, giving credit where it was due. He wrote, "Eadfrith, Bishop of the Lindisfarne Church, originally wrote this book for God and for Saint Cuthbert, and Bilfrith, the anchorite, forged the ornaments which are on the outside, and adorned it with gold and with gems, and also with gilded over silver. And Aldred, an unworthy and most miserable priest, glossed it in English. Unworthy and miserable. It's the standard humility of the age, but it connects us to them. 3 men, separated by centuries, collaborating on one object. The output of this golden age wasn't limited to books. It was in the stone crosses that still stand in village churchyards, like the Bewcastle Cross and the Ruthwell Cross. These are massive sandstone monuments, carved with figures of Christ, vines, birds, and runic inscriptions. They are sermons in stone, standing out in the rain, preaching to people who might not be able to read a book, but could read a picture. The Ruthwell Cross even features a poem carved in runes, parts of The Dream of the Rood, a surreal, dreamlike retelling of the crucifixion from the point of view of the cross itself. I trembled when the warrior embraced me, the cross says, describing the moment Christ was nailed to it. It's powerful, visceral poetry, blending the Germanic warrior ethos, Christ as a young hero, with Christian theology. This was a society that had successfully sublimated its violence. The energy that used to go into blood feuds and shield walls was now being poured into complex grammar and intricate goldwork. The sword arm had become the scribe's hand. But as we admire the gold leaf and the lapis blue, we must remember the fragility of it all. These masterpieces were being created in wooden buildings on exposed coasts. They were unguarded. The monks of Lindisfarne and Jarrow were living in a bubble of divine protection, believing that their holiness was a shield. They were watching the horizon, yes, but they were looking for angels, or perhaps for brothers returning from France with more books. They weren't looking for the long, low shapes of dragon-headed ships. The Golden Age was beautiful, but it was a flower blooming on the edge of a cliff. And while Edfrith was painting his bird-headed dogs and weaving his eternal knots, the timeline was ticking closer to the moment when the silence of the scriptorium would be shattered, not by the scratching of a quill, but by the breaking of doors. For now, though, let's leave them in peace. The candle is burning low. The monk rubs his tired eyes, closes the heavy cover of the book, and walks out into the cool night air to pray. Compline. The North Sea laps against the shore, rhythmic and soothing. The book is safe. The word is safe, or so it seems. While Edfrith was wrestling with his complex knotwork on the wind-battered rock of Lindisfarne, a different kind of illumination was taking place just down the coast at Jarrow. Here, the light wasn't coming from gold leaf or lapis lazuli, but from the steady, unblinking intellect of a single man. If Lindisfarne was the artistic soul of Northumbria, Jarrow was its brain. And the man sitting at the desk, surrounded by the smell of parchment and the scratching of quills, was Beda, known to history as the Venerable Bede. Bede is an anomaly. In an age of wandering saints, exiled kings, and restless warriors, he was a man of profound stillness. He was born around 623 AD on the lands belonging to the monastery. At the tender age of 7, his family handed him over to the care of Abbot Benedict Biscop to be educated. This was a common practice called oblation, giving a child to God. But for Bede, it wasn't a sentence. It was a liberation. He entered the monastery gates and effectively never came out. He spent his entire life, over 50 years, within the few square miles of the twin monastery of Monkwearmouth Jarrow. He didn't need to travel. The world came to him, thanks to the voracious book collecting of Benedict Biscop and Ceolfrith. The library at Jarrow was a portal to the universe. Bede sat on the banks of the River Tyne and read the works of Augustine, Jerome, Ambrose, and Gregory the Great. He read Pliny on natural history. He read the classics. He sat at the edge of the known world, yet he possessed the most comprehensive mind in Europe. We often picture monks as solely religious figures, but Bede was a polymath. He was a scientist as much as a theologian. He wrote, On the Nature of Things, a textbook explaining the physical universe. He realized that the earth was a sphere. Yes, medieval monks knew the earth was round, and he understood the relationship between the moon and the tides. Living by a tidal river, he observed that the time of high tide wasn't constant, but changed daily, linked to the moon's orbit. He calculated these variances with a precision that wouldn't be matched for centuries. He is also the man largely responsible for the way we count time. Before Bede, dating years was a chaotic mess of regnal years. In the 5th year of King Osric, or in diction cycles, Bede popularized the Anno Domini system, dating years from the birth of Christ. If you are reading this in the year 2025, you have Bede to thank for that number. He structured time itself, laying a grid over history that allowed him to organize the chaos of the past. But his magnum opus, the book that earns him the title Father of English History, is the Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, the ecclesiastical history of the English people. Completed in 731 AD, just a few years before his death, this book is a miracle of scholarship. Without it, the centuries we have just journeyed through, the stories of Ida, Edwin, Oswald, and the Synod of Whitby, would be a blank page. We would know almost nothing about the conversion of the English. Bede wasn't just writing down legends, he was doing history. He cited his sources. He told the reader when he was relying on hearsay, and when he had documents. He solicited letters from bishops in the south. He asked friends to check archives in Rome. He had a skepticism and a rigor that feels incredibly modern. He was trying to build a narrative of how the disparate, warring tribes of Angles, Saxons, and Jutes became a single English people united by faith. It's worth pausing to imagine the conditions he worked in. The scriptorium at Jarrow wasn't a cozy study. It would have been cold, damp, and drafty. There was no heating, as fire was too dangerous near the precious library. In the winter, the ink would freeze in the horn. Bede complains in one letter about his hands being numb. Yet, the output was relentless. He wrote over 60 books, commentaries on the Bible, homilies, lives of saints, and treatises on grammar and poetry. There's a haunting story from his youth that gives us a glimpse into his resilience. In 686 AD, when Bede was a boy of about 13, a plague swept through the monastery at Jarrow. It killed almost everyone. The only ones left who could sing the daily offices were the abbot Culfrith and one little boy. For weeks, the grieving man and the young boy stood alone in the empty stone church, their voices echoing off the cold walls, maintaining the rhythm of prayer while they buried their brothers. That trauma, that intimate dance with death and duty, surely forged the steel in Bede's character. Bede's writing style is deceptively simple. He writes clear, lucid Latin, avoiding the flowery, obscure vocabulary that other writers of the time, like Aldhelm in the South, loved to use. He wanted to be understood. He was a teacher at heart. His history is filled with human touches. The sparrow flying through the hall, the shy poet Kedman, the grim humor of Oswiu. He understood that history isn't just dates, it's people. But Bede was also writing with a purpose. He looked around at the Northumbria of his old age, and he was worried. The golden age was beginning to tarnish. He saw kings who were less interested in piety and more interested in power. He saw false monasteries, nobles founding religious houses just to avoid paying taxes and military service, filling them with their drinking buddies and wives rather than monks. In his final letter to Bishop Egbert of York, written shortly before he died, the gentle scholar takes the gloves off. He rails against the corruption of the church and the state. He warns that if the kingdom continues to rot from the inside, it will be vulnerable. We have peace now, he seems to say, but for how long? He urged reform. He urged a return to the strict, holy standards of Aidan and Cuthbert. He saw the cracks in the foundation that others were ignoring. Bede's death in 735 AD is one of the most moving scenes in medieval literature, recorded by one of his students, Cuthbert, not the saint. Bede was ill, struggling to breathe, his feet swelling. Yet, He continued to teach and dictate from his bed. He was working on a translation of the Gospel of John into Old English, desperate to make the scripture accessible to the common people before he died. On the Tuesday before Ascension Day, his breathing worsened. He dictated all day. On Wednesday morning, one scribe said, "Dearest Master, there is one chapter still missing, and it seems hard for you to be questioned further." "It is easy," Bede replied. "Take your pen and mend it, and write quickly." They worked through the day. He distributed his few possessions, some pepper, napkins, and incense, to the priests of the monastery. As evening fell, the boy scribe said, "Dear Master, there is still one sentence that is not written down." "Then write it quickly," Bede gasped. Moments later, the boy said, "It is finished." "You have spoken the truth," Bede whispered. "It is finished." He asked to be propped up on the floor of his cell, facing the holy place where he used to pray, and there, chanting the Gloria Patri, glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, the great mind of the North ceased to think, and the great heart ceased to beat. With Bede's death, a light went out in Northumbria. He was the culmination of the century of conversion. He was the proof that the barbarians of the North could produce an intellect to rival the ancients. But he was also a dam holding back the waters of forgetfulness. Once he was gone, the record becomes fragmentary. The clear, bright narrative of the ecclesiastical history stops, and we are left with the dry, cryptic entries of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The monastery at Jarrow continued, of course. The library remained, but the political stability that had allowed a man like Bede to sit still for 50 years was eroding. The kings who followed Oswiu and his son Ecgfrith were not of the same caliber. The royal house was turning in on itself, consuming its own children. While Bede was writing his history, the Northumbrian military machine was already stuttering. The expansion had stopped. The Picts to the north were getting restless. The Mercians to the south were pushing back. The Empire of the North was overextended. Bede had lived through the peak. He had seen the synthesis of Irish spirituality and Roman order create a civilization of dazzling complexity. But he died knowing that the Golden Age was fragile. He knew that books burn, that stone walls crumble, and that the English people he had so lovingly chronicled were capable of sliding back into the chaos from which they had emerged. As we step out of Bede's cell and leave the monastery of Jarrow behind, the sky is darkening. The clear, intellectual daylight of the early 8th century is giving way to a twilight of political assassinations and instability. The pen has done its work. Now the sword returns to the center stage. And waiting in the wings, far across the grey sea that Bede watched every day, new keels are cutting the water. Men who do not care for books or Latin grammar are checking their sharpening stones. But before the Vikings arrive, we have to witness the political collapse that made their job so easy. We have to go north again, to the mists of Pictland, where the Northumbrian imperial dream finally walked into a trap and died. While Bede was sitting in his cell at Jarrow, carefully calculating the tides and structuring the history of the English people, the man who was actually responsible for making that history was riding north, straight into a disaster that would change the map of Britain forever. We are leaving the scriptorium now and heading back out into the mud and the rain. The year is 685 AD, and the king is Ecgfrith. Ecgfrith was the son of Oswiu, the pragmatist who had won the day at Whitby. But Ecgfrith didn't seem to inherit his father's careful balancing act. He had more of his grandfather, the wolf Ethelfrith, in him. He was hungry for glory. He had spent the early part of his reign asserting Northumbrian dominance, beating back the Mercians and keeping the British kingdoms in line. But his eyes were fixed on the north, on the land of the Picts. The Picts are one of history's great enigmas. To the Romans, they were the painted people, the terrifying barbarians north of the wall who refused to be conquered. By the 7th century, they were a confederation of powerful kingdoms centered in what is now eastern Scotland. For years, they had been unwilling vassals of Northumbria, paying tribute and gritting their teeth while the Anglian kings installed puppet rulers over them. But the puppet strings were fraying. The Picts had a new king, Pryderi MacBeally. Here's the twist that makes this family drama so delicious. Pryderi was Ecgfrith's cousin. In the complex web of royal intermarriage, they were kin. But in the 7th century, being related to someone usually just meant you had a better claim to kill them. Pryderi was done with paying rent to Northumbria. He stopped sending the tribute. He began to raid the borderlands. Ecgfrith took this personally. He was 40 years old, a seasoned warrior, and he wasn't about to let the sub-kings get uppity. Against the advice of his council, and crucially, against the advice of Saint Cuthbert, who was now the holy man of the hour, Ecgfrith gathered his warband. He didn't just want to punish Pryderi, he wanted to break him. He marched his army north. This wasn't a casual border skirmish. This was an invasion force plunging deep into hostile territory. They crossed the Forth, moving into the region known as Fort Triu. The landscape here changes. It shifts from the rolling hills of the Lothians into the jagged, brooding terrain of the highlands. It is a country of deep lochs, narrow glens, and treacherous bogs. It is beautiful, but for an invading army, it is a nightmare. Pryderi was smart. He didn't meet the Northumbrians in a pitched battle on an open field, where the heavy Anglian infantry would have the advantage. He used the land. He employed a tactic that has undone arrogant generals from the Romans to the Redcoats: the feigned retreat. He showed his tail, drawing Ecgfrith deeper and deeper into the trap. Ecgfrith, blinded by rage and confidence, took the bait. He pushed his men hard, burning villages as he went, chasing the elusive Pictish shadows into the wetland districts of Angus. He thought he was the hunter, but he was the prey. On Saturday, May 20th, 685 AD, the chase ended. The Northumbrian army found themselves navigating a narrow pass near a place called Dun Nechten, or Nechtensmeer. Today, it's the village of Dunnechen. In the 7th century, it was likely a narrow strip of land squeezed between a hill and a marshy loch, the mere in Nechtensmeer. As Ecgfrith's columns squeezed into the defile, the trap snapped shut. The Pictish warriors, who had been waiting in the heather and the mist, descended from the high ground. We can imagine the sudden shift in the atmosphere, the silence of the march, broken by the blasting of the carnix, the Celtic war horn, and the roar of the charge. The Battle of Nechtensmeer was less a battle and more of an execution. The Northumbrian army was unable to form its shield wall properly in the cramped terrain. They were hemmed in against the water. The Picts, fighting on their home turf, were relentless. Ecgfrith, realizing too late that he had been outmaneuvered, gathered his personal housecarls around him for a final stand. He died there in the mud, cut down by the cousin he had come to subjugate. His bodyguard died with him, fulfilling the ancient Germanic code that says a warrior does not survive his lord. The slaughter was total. Very few Northumbrians escaped the trap to carry the news south. We actually have a visual record of this battle, or at least historians think we do. The Aberlemno stone, a Pictish cross slab standing in a churchyard in Angus, depicts a battle scene. On it, you can see long-haired warriors, the Picts, fighting helmeted figures, the Northumbrians. In one chilling corner of the carving, a helmeted figure lies dead, a raven pecking at his corpse. It is almost certainly Ecgfrith. It's a contemporary war memorial, carved in stone by the victors. The news of the disaster traveled south with the speed of a shockwave. And here, we have one of those mystical synchronicities that the medieval mind loved. At the exact hour of the battle, Saint Cuthbert was touring the Roman ruins of Carlisle, far to the south. He was being shown a functioning Roman fountain by the city reeve. Suddenly, Cuthbert stopped. He looked disturbed. He leaned on his staff and gazed at the sky, murmuring, "Perhaps at this very moment, the hazard of the battle is over." When the people asked him what he meant, he wouldn't say. He just told the Queen, who was waiting nearby, to return to the royal city of York immediately and wait for news. A few days later, a lone survivor stumbled in and confirmed what Cuthbert had seen in the spirit. The king was dead, and the army was gone. The consequences of Nectansmere were catastrophic for Northumbria. In a single afternoon, the imperial dream collapsed. Bede, writing with a somber tone, described it as the moment when the hope and strength of the English kingdom began to ebb and fall away. The northern border, which Ecgfrith had tried to push to the highlands, snapped back like a broken rubber band. It receded to the Firth of Forth, effectively establishing the border between England and Scotland that we recognize today. Give or take a few miles. The Picts recovered their lands. The Scots of Dal Riata and the Britons of Strathclyde, who had been under the Northumbrian thumb, declared their independence. Northumbria was no longer the overlord of Britain. It was just another kingdom. The body of King Ecgfrith was never returned to Bamburgh. The Picts, in a move of surprising respect, or perhaps gloating, buried him on the holy island of Iona. There's a poetic irony in that. The man who had turned his back on the Celtic traditions of his father, who had aggressively pushed the Roman cause, ended up resting in the heart of Columba's monastery, surrounded by the very monks his bishops had rejected at Whitby. With Ecgfrith dead and leaving no heir, the succession went to his half-brother, Aldfrith. Aldfrith is a fascinating character to act as a bookend to this era. He was an illegitimate son of Oswiu, who had been living in exile among the Irish, famously studying to be a scholar. He wasn't a warrior. He was an intellectual. He was the first literate king of Northumbria. Aldfrith's reign, 685-704 AD, was a time of peace, largely because Northumbria no longer had the muscle to start wars. He presided over the cultural zenith we discussed in the last section, the Age of Bede and the Gospels. He was a patron of the arts, a man who bought books with land. Under him, the kingdom became a civilization in the true sense, rich, artistic, and learned. But the fire had gone out of the belly of the beast, the expansionist energy that had driven Ida to take the rock, Ethelfrith to slaughter the Scots, and Oswiu to break Penda, died with Ecgfrith in the Scottish mist. Northumbria turned inward. It became a kingdom of memory, looking back at its golden past rather than forward to a glorious future. The defeat at Nectan's Mere didn't destroy Northumbria, but it gelded it. It defined the limits. It said, "You can go this far and no further." And in the vacuum left by the retreat of Northumbrian power, other powers began to rise. Mercia, always the rival, began to flex its muscles again in the south. But the real danger lay inside. The Northumbrian royal line, once so prolific and vigorous, was thinning out. The stability that had allowed the Golden Age to flourish was built on the authority of strong kings. Now, with the strong kings gone or dead in the mud, the ambitious nobles, the rival cousins, and the resentful ealdormen began to look at the empty throne and think, why not me? We are entering the 8th century now. To the casual observer, Northumbria still looks magnificent. The monasteries are humming with chant, the scriptoriums are producing masterpieces, and the trade ships are docking at York. But underneath the gold leaf, the rot is setting in. The next century will not be an age of heroes or saints. It will be an age of regicides, usurpers, and chaos. And far out at sea, beyond the vision of the watchmen on Bamberg's walls, the wind is changing. The Scandinavian sailors are perfecting their keels. They are hearing stories of a rich island to the west, an island where the priests carry gold crosses and the kings are too busy killing each other to watch the coast. Nectan's Mere was the turning point. It was the moment the tide stopped coming in and started going out. And as anyone who lives by the sea knows, the ebb tide can be a dangerous thing. It reveals the wreckage that was hidden beneath the surface. If the 7th century was the era of saints and heroes, the 8th century was the era of thugs and victims. We are stepping off the high, sunlit plateau of the Golden Age and sliding down into a muddy, chaotic ravine. It is a period that frustrates historians because the records are messy. But if you look closely, it resembles a modern political thriller, full of backroom stabbings, rigged elections, and leaders who really didn't want the job. When the scholar king Aldfrith died in 705 AD, the stability of the Northumbrian throne died with him. For the next 100 years, the kingdom became a revolving door of monarchs. To give you a sense of the attrition rate, between the death of Aldfrith and the arrival of the Vikings, Northumbria saw 14 kings. 4 were murdered, 6 were deposed or exiled, and 2 voluntarily abdicated to become monks because they couldn't stand the stress. Only 2 died of natural causes while still in office. Being the king of Northumbria was statistically one of the most dangerous jobs in Europe. Safer to be a coal miner or a shark tamer. The trouble started immediately. Aldfrith left behind a son, Osred, who was only 8 years old. A child on the throne is always blood in the water for ambitious nobles. For the first time, we see the rise of powerful ealdormen, local magnates who acted as kingmakers. They propped the boy up, defeated a usurper named Edwulf, who lasted a pathetic 2 months, and tried to run the show from the shadows. But when Osred grew up, he turned out to be a nightmare. He wasn't a pious scholar like his father. He was a wild, debauched youth. Saint Boniface, writing from the continent, described Osred as a man who spent his time violating nuns in their convents. He was the prototype of the entitled prince. The nobility tolerated him for a while because he had the right blood. But the patience of Northumbrians has a limit. In 716 AD, at the age of 19, Osred was murdered. The sleek phrasing of the Chronicle says he was killed south of the border, suggesting a convenient hunting accident or a battle set up by his own kinsmen. With Osred dead, the direct line of Ida the Flamebearer began to falter. The crown started bouncing between distant cousins and rival factions. We had Coenred, ruled 2 years. Then Osric, ruled 11 years, a rare blip of stability. And then Ceolwulf. Ceolwulf is a tragic, endearing figure. He is the king to whom Bede dedicated his ecclesiastical history. To the most glorious King Ceolwulf, Bede wrote, hoping that this learned man could steer the ship. But Ceolwulf was too soft for the shark tank. In 731 AD, a mere 2 years into his reign, he was seized by his enemies, forcibly tonsured, meaning they shaved his head to make him look like a monk, and thrown into a monastery. Now, usually, once you're tonsured, you're politically dead. You can't be a king if you're a monk. But Ceolwulf managed to come back. He escaped, or was released, grew his hair back, and reclaimed the throne. But the trauma must have lingered. 6 years later, in 737 AD, he decided he'd had enough. He abdicated voluntarily this time, grabbing his things and heading to Lindisfarne. There's a lovely legend about Ceolwulf's retirement. The monks at Lindisfarne were traditionally only allowed to drink milk or water, following the strict Irish rules of St. Aidan. Ceolwulf, an ex-king used to the finer things, wasn't having that. He allegedly brought with him a royal dispensation allowing the monks to drink wine and ale. You can imagine he was a very popular addition to the brotherhood. He lived out his days listening to the waves, undoubtedly happier than he ever was on the throne. The one bright spot in this century of gloom was the reign of Eadbert, 737-758 AD. He was Ceolwulf's cousin, but he was made of sterner stuff. He ruled for 21 years, which in this context is an eternity. The secret to his success was nepotism, but the good kind. His brother was Ecgbert, the Archbishop of York. This was the power duo of the 8th century. Eadbert handled the sword, battling the Picts and the Mercians, while Ecgbert handled the soul, reorganizing the church and turning the school at York into an intellectual powerhouse. It was a brief return to the glory days of Oswald and Aidan, king and bishop working in lockstep. They even issued coins with both their names on them, a symbol of their joint rule. But even Eadbert couldn't escape the mood of the times. In 758 AD, he too abdicated. He handed the crown to his son, Oswulf, and retired to the cloisters of York Minster to pray with his brother. It seems the only way to survive being king of Northumbria was to quit. His son, Oswulf, lasted 1 year. He was murdered by his own household, his servants and bodyguards, at a place called Methelwong. It sounds like a gritty crime drama. The betrayal by one's own hearth troop was the ultimate sin in Anglo-Saxon culture, a complete breakdown of the social contract. After this, the wheels fell off completely. A usurper named Ethelwald Mall seized the throne. He wasn't even from the royal family. He was just a powerful noble who saw an opening. He ruled for 6 years before being deposed. Then came Alred, deposed. Then Ethelred, Mall's son, deposed and exiled. Then Alfwald, murdered. Then Osred II, deposed, forcibly tonsured, exiled, came back, murdered. It reads like a farce, but for the people living through it, it must have been terrifying. Central authority evaporated. Justice became local. If you had a dispute with your neighbor, you didn't appeal to the king. You grabbed your spear. The Northumbrian hegemony was a distant memory. To the south, the kingdom of Mercia, under King Offa, was rising to its peak, building dikes and minting gold coins, looking at the northern chaos with a mixture of pity and greed. Yet, paradoxically, while the body of the state was rotting, the mind was still brilliant. The School of York, founded by Archbishop Ecgbert, was producing scholars of world-class caliber. The most famous of these was Alcuin. Alcuin of York is the intellectual giant of the late 8th century. He was born around 735 AD, just as Bede was dying, and he was educated in the crumbling magnificence of Northumbria. He didn't stay, though. He was headhunted. Charlemagne, the king of the Franks and future Holy Roman Emperor, heard about this genius from the north and invited him to his court in Aachen. Alcuin accepted. He became Charlemagne's Minister of Education, the architect of the Carolingian Renaissance. It is a supreme irony. At the very moment Northumbria was collapsing into political anarchy, a Northumbrian was teaching the rest of Europe how to think. Alcuin taught Charlemagne logic, rhetoric, and astronomy. He standardized the handwriting of the continent. The intellectual DNA of Bede and Benedict Biscop was exported to France just before the fire at home burned out. But Alcuin never forgot his homeland. From the safety of France, he wrote letters back to the Northumbrian kings and bishops, pleading with them to get their act together. He sounded like a worried grandfather watching his family self-destruct. "Do not let the root of bitterness spring up among you," he wrote. He saw the regicides, the incest, the greed, and he warned them that moral decay leads to physical ruin. He was particularly worried about the fashion. In one letter, he scolds the Northumbrian nobles for copying the hairstyles of the pagans, trimming their beards like the Danes, and wearing their tunics too short. "You copy the hairstyles of the men who you hate," he warned. It was a chilling observation. The Northumbrians were adopting the cool aesthetic of the sailors who were starting to appear on the horizon, not realizing that these men weren't coming to compare haircuts. By the 790s, the atmosphere in Northumbria was thick with dread. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle for the year 793 sets the scene with apocalyptic imagery. In this year, dire forewarnings came over the land of the Northumbrians and miserably terrified the people. These were excessive whirlwinds and lightnings, and fiery dragons were seen flying in the air. We can dismiss the dragons as meteorites or aurora borealis, or perhaps just mass hysteria. But the whirlwinds were real. The society was fracturing. The king, Ethelred Thom, back for a second term after being exiled, he was a glutton for punishment, was purging his enemies. He had the sons of a rival dragged out of sanctuary in York Minster and drowned in Windermere. The church, once the glue holding the kingdom together, was now part of the problem. Bishops were acting like secular lords, hoarding wealth and engaging in feuds. The protective bubble of sanctity that had surrounded places like Lindisfarne and Jarrow was wearing thin. The monks were rich. Their reliquaries were full of gold and silver, and they had no walls, no guards, and no navy. They believed their defense was the bones of Saint Cuthbert and the prayers of the faithful. They believed that because they were God's chosen servants, living on holy islands, no hand would dare strike them. They were wrong. The 8th century had hollowed out the kingdom. It had stripped away the martial vigor of the nobility and replaced it with factional infighting. It had turned the kings into paranoid survivors looking over their shoulders at their own bodyguards. The door was unlocked, the alarm was disabled, and the thieves were at the gate. On a calm day in June 793 AD, the watchmen on the holy island of Lindisfarne likely saw sails on the horizon, square, striped sails. They might have thought they were traders from Frisia, or perhaps envoys from Norway. They didn't panic. Why would they? They were the heart of Northumbrian Christianity. They were untouchable. They went about their prayers. They opened the doors of the church, and in doing so, they invited the end of an era. The morning of June 8th, 793 AD probably began like any other on Lindisfarne. The tide would have slipped away from the causeway, leaving the wet sands glistening under the summer sun. The gulls would have been wheeling overhead, their cries mixing with the low, rhythmic chanting of the monks celebrating Mass. In the fields, the lay brothers were likely tending to the cattle or mending nets. It was a scene of perfect pastoral tranquility, the kind of silence that feels thick and permanent, built up over 150 years of prayer. But if you had been standing on the dunes looking east, the horizon would have broken. The ships that appeared weren't the clumsy, round-bottomed merchant vessels the monks were used to seeing. These were different. They were low in the water, sleek and predatory. They moved with a terrifying speed, cut through the waves by rows of oars that moved in perfect unison, like the legs of a giant insect. The prows curved upward, carved into the shapes of dragons or serpents, designed not just for decoration, but to intimidate the spirits of the land they were approaching. These were the longships of the Scandinavian North, technological marvels of the age. They had a shallow draft, meaning they didn't need a harbor or a dock. They could slide right up onto any sandy beach, disgorging their crew instantly. They were the landing craft of the Dark Ages. When they crunched onto the white sand of Holy Island, there was likely a moment of confusion. Were these traders? Envoys? The monks might have walked down to the beach to greet them, perhaps even the reeve of the island going out to ask their business. The answer was the swing of an axe. The violence that followed was shocking, not just for its brutality, but for its sacrilege. In the worldview of 8th century Christendom, monasteries were neutral ground. You didn't attack them. It was like bombing a hospital today. It was a violation of the basic rules of humanity. But the men leaping from the ships, Norsemen, likely from the fjords of western Norway, didn't play by Christian rules. They didn't fear St. Cuthbert's wrath. They worshipped gods who respected strength, daring, and gold. They swarmed up the beach and into the monastery complex. The wooden doors of the church were smashed in. The monks, unarmed and unarmored, were no match for professional warriors wielding iron axes and spears. The chronicle accounts are grimly specific. Some of the brothers were drowned in the sea, held under the surf until they stopped thrashing. Others were dragged away in chains to be sold as slaves. The elderly and the infirm were simply cut down where they stood. The raiders weren't interested in the library. They didn't care about the painstakingly copied works of Bede or the intricate theology of the church fathers. They tore the jeweled covers off the gospel books and threw the parchment pages into the mud. They stripped the gold from the altar. They smashed open the reliquaries, the boxes holding the bones of saints, dumping the holy dust on the floor to steal the silver caskets. It was a smash and grab. It was fast, loud, and terrifyingly efficient. Within hours, the longships were pushed back into the surf, heavier now, with loot and human cargo. They hoisted their square sails and vanished over the horizon, leaving behind a smoking ruin and a blood-stained beach. The psychological impact of this raid is hard to overstate. It sent a shiver of horror through the entire Western world. It wasn't just that people had died. It was that God hadn't stopped it. Lindisfarne was the holiest place in the kingdom. It was the resting place of Cuthbert, the wonder worker. If he couldn't protect his own house, what hope did anyone else have? Alcuin of York, writing from the court of Charlemagne in France, captured the mood perfectly in a letter he wrote to King Ethelred and the monks who survived. His words still carry the raw vibration of trauma across 12 centuries. Lo, it is nearly 350 years that we and our fathers have inhabited this most lovely land, and never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have now suffered from a pagan race. Nor was it thought that such an inroad from the sea could be made. Behold, the church of Saint Cuthbert is spattered with the blood of the priests of God, despoiled of all its ornaments. A place more venerable than all in Britain is given as a prey to pagan peoples. Alcuin, being a man of his time, immediately looked for a moral cause. He couldn't accept that this was just random bad luck. He blamed the Northumbrians. He pointed to the sins of the king and the people, the fornication, the greed, and yes, the funny haircuts he hated so much. Consider the dress, the way of wearing the hair, the luxurious habits of the princes and people, he wrote. He saw the Vikings as a scourge sent by God to punish a wayward Israel. But practically speaking, the raid on Lindisfarne changed the geopolitical reality of Northumbria overnight. The sea, which had always been their highway and their protection, was now a threat vector. The coastal monasteries, Jarrow, Tynemouth, Whitby, were suddenly sitting ducks. They were treasure houses with no locks, sitting on the edge of a highway used by bandits. A year later, in 794 AD, the raiders returned. This time, they hit Jarrow, the home of Bede. But this time, the Northumbrians were a bit more ready. The weather turned against the Vikings. A storm smashed some of their ships against the rocks near the mouth of the Tyne. The surviving raiders who washed ashore were met by the local militia and promptly killed. This small victory might have given the Northumbrians a false sense of security. We got them, they might have thought. They won't come back. But the Vikings were not a unified army that could be defeated in one battle. They were hydra-headed. They were independent warbands, younger sons of Norwegian jarls, seeking fortune and fame. And they had discovered that England was rich and soft. The Viking Age had begun. For Northumbria, it was the beginning of a long, slow strangulation. The raids became sporadic at first. A monastery here, a coastal village there. But the fear was constant. The watchmen on the headlands must have developed a permanent knot in their stomachs. Every sail on the horizon was a potential death sentence. The internal chaos of the Northumbrian court didn't help. King Ethelred the Shone, the man Alcuin was writing to, was murdered in 796 AD. The kingdom plunged back into civil war, just when it needed unity the most. While the nobles were busy stabbing each other in York, the Scandinavian fleets were growing larger. They were wintering in Ireland and the Shetlands, using them as staging posts. They were learning the geography of the Northumbrian river systems. They realized that the rivers, the Tyne, the Wear, the Tees, and crucially the Humber, were arteries that led straight to the heart of the kingdom. You didn't have to stop at the coast. If you rowed hard enough, you could strike inland. The raid on Lindisfarne was the bell tolling for the end of the Anglian kingdom. The most lovely land that Alcuin mourned was about to be transformed into a war zone. The quiet scholarship of the Golden Age was over. The ink was dry, the book was closed, and the page was being turned by a hand covered in blood. As the 8th century bled into the 9th, the raids intensified, but the real hammer blow, the event that would erase Northumbria as an independent kingdom, was still a few decades away. The Vikings were just testing the fences. They were learning that the dog barked, but it had no teeth. Soon, they wouldn't just come to raid, they would come to stay. If the raids on Lindisfarne were the lightning strikes, terrifying, sudden, and destructive, what happened next was the rising floodwaters. We are moving from the late 8th century into the mid-9th century. The world has changed. The sporadic, hit-and-run attacks by independent Viking crews have evolved into something much more organized, much more ambitious, and infinitely more dangerous. In 865 AD, a force landed in East Anglia that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle refers to simply and chillingly as the Missile here, the Great Heathen Army. Note the word army. These weren't pirates looking for silver chalices to steal before rowing home for the harvest. This was a coalition of warbands, potentially numbering in the thousands, led by men with names that sound like they were carved out of granite. Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Ubba. Legend says they were the sons of the semi-mythical Ragnar Lothbrok, come to avenge their father's death. But history tells us they were practical men. They didn't just want loot, they wanted real estate. They spent a year in East Anglia, extorting horses from the locals and waiting. They were like a storm front gathering energy. And where did they decide to strike first? Northumbria. Why Northumbria? Because, to be blunt, Northumbria was asking for it. The kingdom was in the midst of yet another suicidal civil war. The rightful king, Osbert, had been deposed by a usurper named Aella. These two men were so busy fighting each other for the crown that they completely ignored the apocalyptic threat massing on their southern border. It's the classic tragedy of the North. Internal division opening the door to external conquest. In the autumn of 866 AD, the Great Heathen Army began to move north. They rode the horses they had taken from the East Anglians, moving with a speed that Anglo-Saxon armies couldn't match. They crossed the Humber estuary, likely ferried by their ships, and headed straight for the old Roman capital, York. York, or Eoforwic as the Angles called it, was the jewel of the north. It was still enclosed by the massive stone walls built by the Roman legions centuries earlier. It was a center of trade, a center of the church, and the political heart of Dira. The date of the attack was chosen with ruthless precision. It was November 1st, 866 AD, All Saints' Day. The Northumbrian leaders were likely in church, and the city would have been distracted by the feast. The Danes didn't lay a long, drawn-out siege. They simply walked in. The defenses were unprepared. The kings were away fighting each other, and the citizens woke up to find long-haired, axe-wielding pagans patrolling the Roman walls. The capture of York was a seismic shock. It was the first time a Viking army had taken and held a major Anglo-Saxon capital. And they didn't burn it down. They moved in. They recognized that York was a perfect base of operations. defensible, wealthy, and connected to the sea by the river Ouse. Realizing that they had lost the keys to the kingdom, the two rival kings, Osbert and Aelle, finally had a moment of clarity. They realized that fighting each other while the Danes sat in their capital was madness. In a rare display of unity, they declared a truce. They joined their forces, the legitimate king and the usurper marching side by side, and headed to York to kick the invaders out. It was March 867 AD. Palm Sunday was approaching. The Northumbrian army arrived at the walls of York. The Danes, confident or perhaps baiting a trap, retreated inside the city. The Northumbrians saw this as weakness. They attacked. They managed to breach the walls. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle tells us they broke into the fortress. For a moment, it looked like a victory. The Northumbrian warriors poured into the streets of York, shouting for Christ and the king. But they were pouring into a meat grinder. Urban warfare is a nightmare in any century. But in the 9th, it was particularly brutal. The narrow, winding streets of York negated the advantage of the Northumbrian numbers. The Danes, seasoned veterans who had fought all over Europe, turned the city into a kill zone. Trapped between the stone houses and the Roman walls, the Northumbrian army lost its cohesion. Panic set in. The slaughter was absolute. Both King Osbert and King Aelle were killed in the fighting. The flower of the Northumbrian nobility, the ealdormen, the thanes, the king's companions, died with them in the mud of the city streets. It was the Battle of Nectansmere all over again, but this time it happened in the capital. With the death of both kings, Northumbrian resistance collapsed. The structure of the state was decapitated. There was no one left to give orders. The great heathen army was now the undisputed master of Deira, southern Northumbria. This is where history and legend blur in a very dark way. The Scandinavian sagas, written centuries later, claim that Aelle wasn't just killed in battle. They claim he was captured by Ivar the Boneless and subjected to the Blood Eagle, a ritual execution so gruesome it makes horror movies look tame. The story goes that his ribs were severed from his spine and his lungs pulled out through the wounds to resemble wings. Most modern historians think the Blood Eagle is a literary invention, a mistranslation of a poetic metaphor. It's more likely Aelle died in the shield wall like any other soldier. But the fact that the story exists tells us how terrified the English were of these men. They viewed Ivar and his brothers not just as enemies, but as monsters capable of supernatural cruelty. Whatever the method of their death, the result was the same. Northumbria was no longer an Anglo-Saxon kingdom. It was occupied territory, but the Danes were practical. They didn't want to deal with the boring administrative day-to-day of running a kingdom, collecting taxes from angry peasants, settling sheep disputes, maintaining roads. They wanted to campaign. So they installed a puppet king. They found a Northumbrian nobleman named Ecgbert Themn, a man with no real claim to the throne, but a willingness to collaborate. Ecgbert was essentially a tax collector for the Vikings. He sat in the hall, signed the papers, and handed over the silver whenever Ivar knocked on the door. It was a humiliating arrangement for a kingdom that had once been the greatest in Britain. The proud lineage of Ida, Edwin, and Oswald had been reduced to a client state run by a collaborator. However, the Northumbrian spirit hadn't completely vanished. The Danes focused their occupation on Deira, Yorkshire. The northern part of the kingdom, Bernicia, the old heartland of Ida, centered on Bamberg, managed to maintain a scrap of independence. The high reef of Bamberg. They stopped calling themselves kings and started using the title High Reeve or Ealdorman to avoid provoking the Danes, kept the flame alive north of the River Tees. So, the kingdom was split in two. In the south, the Kingdom of York, a Viking stronghold where Scandinavian law and custom began to take root. In the north, a rump state of English rule, clinging to the rock of Bamberg, paying lip service to the Danes but trying to survive. The great heathen army didn't stay in York forever. They used it as a launchpad. From York, they struck south into Mercia and East Anglia. They became the scourge of the entire island, but they always came back to York. It became their home base, their safe haven. The transformation of York began almost immediately. The Anglian city of Eoforwich began to morph into the Viking city of Jorvik. The language on the streets began to change. Old English mixed with Old Norse. Two Germanic languages that were similar enough to be mutually intelligible, but distinct enough to create a new dialect. If you've ever wondered why Northern English has so many unique words, bairn, beck, fell, garth, gate for street, this is when it started. The grammar of the North was being rewritten by the sword. The church suffered immensely. The Archbishop of York survived, but his influence was shattered. The great library of Alcuin, the pride of Europe, was dispersed or destroyed. The intellectual light that Bede had tended so carefully was snuffed out. We enter a period of historical silence in the North. The production of books stopped. We have almost no written records from York for the next few decades, because the people who used to write them were either dead, enslaved, or hiding in the hills. But we shouldn't imagine the Danes as mindless orcs. Once the initial conquest was over, they began to settle. They were farmers, craftsmen, and traders. They looked at the fertile vale of York and saw good land. Halfdan, one of the Viking leaders, famously shared out the land of the Northumbrians to his men in 876 AD. And they began to plow and to make a livelihood for themselves. This is a crucial shift. The Vikings stopped being an army and became a population. They put down roots. They married local women, or took them. They started families. The DNA of the North was changing. The warrior in the longship became the farmer in the field. His axe used for clearing trees instead of splitting skulls. By the 870s, the reality of the situation had set in. The old kingdom of Northumbria was dead. In its place was something new, a hybrid society. The Danelaw was coming into being. The boundary between English and Dane was becoming the River Tees. South of it, the dragon ruled. North of it, the remnants of the wolf held on. But the story of Viking York is not just a story of occupation. It's a story of boom. Under the Danes, York would eventually become richer, larger, and more cosmopolitan than it ever was under the Angles. The Vikings were part of a trade network that stretched from Dublin to Constantinople. They brought silk, amber, and silver. They turned a sleepy provincial capital into a bustling international port. But that is a transformation for the next section. For now, we stand in the smoke of 867 AD. The bodies of the last true kings of Northumbria are being buried or eaten by birds. The raven banner floats over the walls of York. The great heathen army has done what Benda, the Picts, and the usurpers never quite managed. They have broken the back of the North. If you could step into a time machine and set the dial for the year 900 AD, landing in the city of York. The first thing that would hit you wouldn't be the sight of a Viking warrior or the sound of a blacksmith's hammer. It would be the smell. Modern York is a beautiful chocolate box city of tea rooms and Gothic stone. But the Viking city of Jorvik was an assault on the olfactory senses that would make a modern landfill smell like a perfumery. We know this because the mud of York is a miracle. The soil conditions in the Coppergate area are waterlogged and anaerobic, meaning there is no oxygen down there. This anoxic environment prevents bacteria from breaking down organic matter. So, when archaeologists started digging there in the 1970s, they didn't just find stone and metal. They found wood, leather, cloth, and crucially, trash. They found layers upon layers of organic waste, vegetable peelings, animal bones, wood chippings, and human excrement. The Vikings of Jorvik lived on top of their own refuse. They raised the floor levels of their houses by simply spreading a layer of rushes over the previous week's garbage. It was a compost heap that people lived in. But if you can get past the smell, Jorvik was a marvel. Under the Danish occupation, the sleepy Anglian capital of Eoforwic was transformed into a booming, chaotic, industrial metropolis. The rigid grid system of the Roman fortress was abandoned. The Vikings didn't care for straight lines. They built organic, winding alleyways that snaked between the plots, the ancestors of the snickelways that still thread through York today. The houses were long, rectangular structures made of wattle and daub, woven branches covered in mud and dung, with thatched roofs. They were dark, smoky, and crowded. Inside, a central hearth burned constantly, smoking fish and warming the family, the slaves, and often the livestock, who all slept together for warmth. But look closer at what is happening in these houses. They aren't just homes. They are factories. Jorvik was an industrial powerhouse. In one tenement, you have a leather worker turning cowhides into shoes. Archaeologists found thousands of offcuts. Next door, a wood turner is making bowls on a pole lathe. Across the alley, a jeweler is working with amber, brought all the way from the Baltic Sea, crafting beads that glow like captured sunlight. The most famous product of Jorvik, oddly enough, was the comb. We tend to think of Vikings as wild, unkempt barbarians, but the archaeological evidence suggests they were actually vain peacocks. Thousands of antler combs have been found in York, along with ear scoops for cleaning wax and tweezers for plucking. They groomed, they bathed, usually once a week on Saturday, Logadagur, or washing day. They bleached their hair with lye soap to achieve that fashionable platinum blonde look. In the noisy, muddy streets of Jorvik, looking good was serious business. The engine driving all this activity was the river. The Ouse and the Foss rivers turned York into an inland port. The longships didn't just bring raiders anymore. They brought the world. You have to understand the scale of the Viking trade network. It was the internet of the Dark Ages. A merchant in Jorvik could sell a bag of wool and buy a piece of silk that had been woven in Constantinople, Istanbul. He could buy spices from the Orient, wine from the Rhineland, and walrus ivory from the Arctic Circle. We find evidence of this globalization in the pockets of the dead. A cowrie shell, native to the Red Sea, was found in a Viking grave in York. How did a shell from a warm, tropical sea end up in the cold mud of Yorkshire? It passed from hand to hand, ship to camel to ship, traveling thousands of miles to end up as a charm around the neck of a Danish settler. The economy was booming, but it was a weird mix of barter and bullion. The Vikings didn't initially trust coins for their face value. If you gave a Viking a silver coin, he wouldn't look at the king's face on it. He would weigh it. If it was too light, he'd hack it in half. This is why we find hacked silver, coins, and jewelry chopped into bits to make up a specific weight. But eventually, the kings of York realized that minting their own coins was a great way to assert authority. They started striking silver pennies that are a fascinating blend of cultures. On one side, you might have the sword of Saint Peter, a Christian symbol. On the other, the hammer of Thor. This brings us to the spiritual life of Jorvik. It was a melting pot. The Vikings were pragmatic about religion. They saw the Christian god as a powerful local deity who clearly protected this land, so it made sense to pay him some respect. But they didn't abandon their old gods immediately. They hedged their bets. You could wear a cross around your neck for Sunday trading with the Christians, and a Thor's hammer hidden under your tunic for protection in battle. We see this syncretism, this blending, in the stone sculpture. The Gosforth cross in Cumbria is the perfect example, but similar fragments exist in Yorkshire. It's a Christian cross, but the carvings depict scenes from Ragnarok, the Norse apocalypse. You have Christ on the cross, but you also have Vidar fighting the Fenris wolf. To the Viking mind, these were just two versions of the same story. The young hero sacrificing himself to save the world. Life in Jorvik wasn't all combs and trade, though. It was a rough place. The skeletons found in the cemeteries tell a story of hard lives. Men often show healed fractures from violence, parry fractures on the forearms from blocking a blow. But they also show signs of hard work, stress fractures in the spine from heavy lifting. And the women, they were there too, often running the households and the finances while the men were away trading or raiding. The keys found in women's graves symbolized their control over the pantry and the chest, the domestic treasury. The governance of this city was handled not by a distant decree, but by the Thing. This was the Viking Assembly, a gathering of free men who voted on laws and settled disputes. It was a rough form of democracy, though it only applied to the free. A massive layer of society in Jorvik was made up of slaves, thralls. These were the people who did the dirty work, the people whose lives were bought and sold for the price of a few ounces of silver. The bustling economy was built on their backs. Politically, the Kingdom of York was volatile. The Viking leaders were prone to infighting. After the great heathen army settled down, we see a succession of kings with colorful names and short life expectancies. There was Halfdan, who was expelled by his own men for being too tyrannical. Guthred, a former slave who was raised to kingship because Saint Cuthbert appeared in a vision, a clever bit of church propaganda. And later, the rugged adventurers from Dublin, like Ragnall and Seitric. The connection between York and Dublin is crucial. Viking Dublin was the other great node of power in the British Isles. For decades, the same dynasty, the Uí Emir, or grandsons of Ivar the Boneless, tried to rule both cities simultaneously. They would spend the summer in York and the winter in Dublin, crossing the dangerous Pennines and the Irish Sea. It created a sea kingdom that straddled the north, ignoring the old borders of England. But while the Vikings were busy getting rich and fighting each other in York, the landscape to the south was changing. The Kingdom of Wessex, the last Anglo-Saxon kingdom left standing, was not idle. Alfred the Great had held the line. He had stopped the Viking advance. And now, his children and grandchildren were looking north. They saw Jorvik not just as a threat, but as a piece of stolen property. To the House of Wessex, Northumbria wasn't a separate country. It was part of the Angel Sin, the English kin. They wanted it back. As the 10th century dawned, the citizens of Jorvik, this mix of Danish farmers, Anglian craftsmen, and Dublin warriors, must have felt the pressure rising. The golden age of Viking independence was reaching its peak. The city was louder, smellier, and richer than ever. But the armies of the south were marching. The shield walls of Wessex were coming to reclaim the north. And they were bringing a concept that the Vikings of York didn't quite understand: a unified England. But before the final showdown, there was still time for one last glorious, violent flowering of the Viking North. The era of the Last Kingdom was about to end, but it would go down swinging. While the Vikings in York were busy combing their beards and counting their foreign silver, a slow, grinding machine was starting to turn in the south. To understand the fall of independent Northumbria, we have to look away from the wild, romantic north and focus on the methodical, almost boring efficiency of the House of Wessex. Alfred the Great had died in 889 AD. He is the one who gets all the statues and the burnt cake anecdotes, but he didn't reconquer England. He just stopped it from drowning. The heavy lifting of actually taking the country back, mile by muddy mile, fell to his children. His son Edward, known as the Elder, and his daughter Ethelfled, the Lady of the Mercians. These two are the unsung power couple of the 10th century. They didn't have the desperate, back-to-the-wall glamour of their father. Instead, they had a plan. It was a strategy of strangulation. They would march their armies north during the summer, capture territory from the Danes, and then, crucially, they would build a fortress, or burh. Imagine the soundscape of this conquest. It wasn't the clash of swords. It was the sound of hammers, the thud of spades hitting earth, and the sawing of timber. They built fortified towns at strategic river crossings and road junctions: Stafford, Tamworth, Warwick, Manchester. These weren't just castles. They were garrison towns that permanently locked down the landscape. It was a slow-moving wall of West Saxon authority creeping northward, eating up the Danelaw one shire at a time. In York, the Viking leadership watched this with growing unease. The Kingdom of York was still powerful, but it was distracted. The grandson of Ivar, the dynasty running the show, were obsessed with Dublin. They were constantly shuttling back and forth across the Irish Sea, fighting wars in Ireland, which meant they often left the back door open in Yorkshire. One of these sea kings was Ragnall. He arrived in Northumbria around 914 AD, not from Denmark, but from exile in Ireland. He was a chaotic force. He didn't just want to rule the Danes. He wanted to crush the remaining English lords who were still clinging to power in the far north around Bebbanburg. Remember the high reeves of Bebbanburg, the descendants of the old Anglian nobility who were hiding behind the rock. They were still there. Their leader was Ealdred. When Ragnall the Viking showed up and started seizing their estates, Ealdred realized he couldn't fight him alone. So, in a move that shows just how desperate things were, he reached out to the Scots. He asked Constantine II, the King of Alba, Scotland, for help. "Help me save Northumbria from these pagans," was the pitch. Constantine, seeing a chance to extend his own influence south, agreed. The result was the Battle of Corbridge, fought on the banks of the River Tyne in 914 or 918 AD. The dates are fuzzy. It was a confused, bloody affair. Ragnar employed a classic Viking trick. He hid a quarter of his army in ambush behind a hill. When the Scots and Northumbrians charged, thinking they had the advantage, the trap was sprung. The Northern Alliance was shattered, the Scots retreated, and the Bebbanburg lords were forced to accept Ragnar as their overlord. Ragnar then marched into York and declared himself king. He was now the master of the north, but looking south, he saw the wall of Wessex burhs getting closer. Edward the Elder had swallowed East Anglia. He had swallowed the southern Danelaw. He was now sitting on the border of Northumbria, tapping his foot. Ragnar, for all his bluster, was a pragmatist. He knew he couldn't fight the Wessex machine while he was still trying to secure his hold on York. So, in 920 AD, something remarkable happened. Edward the Elder traveled to the Peak District to a place called Bakewell. There, he met with a who's who of the North. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle lists the attendees with a tone of immense satisfaction. The King of Scots, Ragnar of York, the ruler of the Strathclyde Britons, and the lords of Bamburgh. The Chronicle says they chose him as father and lord. It was a massive diplomatic coup. For a moment, the entire island of Britain seemed to acknowledge the supremacy of the King of Wessex. But we have to read between the lines. In the 10th century, calling someone father didn't mean you were giving them your house keys. It was a face-saving ritual. Ragnar was basically saying, "Okay, you're the big boss in the south. I'm the big boss in the north. Let's agree not to attack each other, so I can go back to fighting the Irish." It was a fragile peace, built on nods and winks, and it died when the signatories did. Ragnar died the next year. Edward the Elder died in 924 AD, and into the vacuum stepped a man who would change the game entirely. Athelstan. Athelstan was Edward's son, the grandson of Alfred. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest kings England ever had, yet most people struggle to name him. He was a fascinating character, pious, unmarried, possibly solely to avoid succession crises, a collector of holy relics, and a ruthless military commander. He had been raised in Mercia, at the court of his aunt Ethelflaed, so he understood the middle of the country better than the south. When he came to the throne, the Viking ruler of York was a man named Sihtric, another one of the Ivar dynasty. Athelstan tried diplomacy first. He met Sihtric at Tamworth in 926 AD and gave him his own sister in marriage. It was the old marriage alliance strategy. Be my brother-in-law, and maybe you won't raid my lands. It worked for about a year. Then Sihtric died. The Vikings in York immediately looked to Dublin for a replacement. Sihtric's cousin, Guthfrith, packed his bags and set sail for York to claim the throne. Athelstan didn't send a wedding invitation this time. He sent the army. In 927 AD, Athelstan launched a lightning campaign. He moved so fast that Guthfrith barely had time to land before he was chasing his tail, running away. Athelstan didn't stop at the border. He marched straight into York. This was the moment. For the first time since the fall of Osbert and Aella in 866 AD, 60 years earlier, An English king stood inside the walls of York, not as a captive, but as a conqueror. The kingdom of York was dissolved. Athelstan didn't install a puppet. He took the keys himself. He destroyed the Viking fortifications, the ramparts, but left the city intact. He was now the king of Northumbria, in fact, not just in theory. But Athelstan knew that taking York was only step one. The north was a viper's nest of rival loyalties. He needed to bring the other players to heel. So, later in that same year, July 927 AD, he called a summit at Amont Bridge in Cumbria. It's a beautiful, evocative spot. The River Amont was the ancient boundary between England and the British kingdom of Strathclyde. Near the meeting place is a prehistoric henge, Mayburg Henge, a massive circle of stones. You can imagine the scene. The English army encamped on the riverbank, the standards fluttering, and the kings of the Celtic fringe arriving with their bodyguards, looking nervous. Constantine of Scotland was there. Owain of Strathclyde was there. The lords of Bebbanburg were there. In the shadow of the ancient stones, they submitted to Athelstan. They swore oaths on the holy relics that Athelstan always carried with him. They agreed to renounce all idolatry, a clear swipe at the pagan Vikings, and to respect Athelstan's borders. This was the birth of England as a political reality. Coins were minted with the Latin inscription Rex Totius Britanniae. King of all Britain, Athelstan wasn't just a West Saxon warlord anymore. He was the emperor of the island. He spent the next few years consolidating his grip on Northumbria. He was generous to the church in York, buying their loyalty with grants of land. A smart move, as the archbishops were powerful. He welcomed foreign dignitaries to York. He tried to integrate the Danish aristocracy, allowing them to keep their lands if they served him. But the North is hard to hold. The cultural memory of independence was deep. The people of York, with their mixed Anglo-Scandinavian heritage, didn't necessarily see this southern king as a liberator. They saw him as another tax collector, one who spoke with a funny southern accent and imposed strict laws. And outside the borders, the humiliation of Amont Bridge was festering. Constantine, the King of Scots, was a wily old survivor. He had bowed his head to Athelstan, but he hadn't bent his heart. He looked at this southern superpower and realized that if he didn't act, Scotland would be next. He needed allies. He looked west to the Vikings of Dublin. The man in charge there was Olaf Guthfrithson, the son of the man Athelstan had chased out of York. Olaf wanted his inheritance back. He wanted York. So, an unholy alliance was formed. The Christian king of Scots and the pagan king of Dublin, enemies who had fought each other for decades, shook hands. They had a common problem: Athelstan. As the 930s rolled on, the tension in the north began to tighten like a bowstring. Athelstan sensed it. In 934 AD, he launched a preemptive strike into Scotland, marching his army all the way to Dunotar, near Aberdeen, and sending his fleet up to Caithness. It was a show of force, a shock and awe campaign designed to remind Constantine who was boss. But it backfired. Instead of cowing Constantine, it convinced him that Athelstan had to be destroyed. The Scottish king doubled down on his alliance. He married his daughter to Olaf of Dublin to seal the deal. The storm clouds were gathering. The Northumbrians, caught in the middle, waited. They knew that their land was about to become the battlefield for the title fight of the century. Athelstan had claimed the north, but claim and possession are two different things. By the year 937 AD, the trap was set. The Great War was coming. A massive fleet was preparing to sail from Dublin. The Scots were sharpening their spears in the Highlands. The Strathclyde Britons were mobilizing. They were all coming for Athelstan. They were coming to break the English hegemony once and for all. Athelstan, waiting in the south, gathered his levies. He called upon his Mercian warriors and his West Saxon housecarls. He knew that everything his grandfather Alfred had dreamed of, everything his father Edward had built, was on the line. If he lost in the north, England would shatter back into fragments. The Wessex rise had been steady, methodical, and successful. But now, it faced the ultimate test. The wave was about to crash against the rock. The year is 937 AD. The summer is waning, and the heather on the Pennine moors is turning purple. But the color that is about to stain the history of the North isn't purple. It's red. We have arrived at the moment of the Great War, the confrontation that medieval writers didn't just call a battle. They called it the battle. Bellum Magnum. The coalition that had formed against King Athelstan was, frankly, terrifying. It was the Avengers-level threat of the 10th century. Leading the charge was Olaf Guthfridsson, the Viking king of Dublin, arriving with a massive fleet of 615 ships. Just visualize that for a second. Over 600 wooden vessels filling the horizon, their dragon prows bobbing in the grey swell, likely landing in the Humber estuary or the Wirral. They disgorged thousands of hardened warriors who had spent their lives fighting in the chaotic, muddy wars of Ireland. Then you had Constantine II, the king of Alba. He was an old man by now, white-haired and wily, leading the Scots down from the Highlands. And joining them was Owain, the king of Strathclyde, bringing the British warriors of the Northwest. These were men who usually hated each other. Scots fought Vikings. Vikings fought Britons. But they all hated Athelstan more. They understood that the Empire of Britain he was building was an existential threat to their independence. If they didn't stop him now, the island would be swallowed whole by the House of Wessex. Athelstan didn't rush to meet them. In fact, he did something that made his own people nervous. He waited, for weeks, while the invaders raided the borders of Mercia and Northumbria, burning villages and testing defenses. Athelstan stayed in the south. He wasn't hiding. He was gathering the feared, the levy of free men, from every shire in Wessex and Mercia. He was calling in favors. He was hiring mercenaries. He knew he couldn't just win this battle. He had to annihilate the enemy. If he lost, the dream of England was gone. Finally, he moved. He marched north, bringing with him his younger half-brother, Prince Edmund, a teenager who was about to get a very steep lesson in statecraft. The location where the armies met is one of the great mysteries of British history. The Chronicles call it Brunanburh. Historians have spent centuries arguing over where Brunanburh actually is. They've suggested Burnley in Lancashire, Axminster in Devon, unlikely, and various spots in Yorkshire. But the current consensus, supported by linguistic evidence and some recent archaeology, points to Bromborough on the Wirral Peninsula. Imagine the Wirral, that thumb of land sticking out between the River Dee and the River Mersey. It makes strategic sense. Olaf's fleet could have landed there easily. It was a natural choke point. The battle likely began at dawn. The scale of it was unprecedented. We are talking about tens of thousands of men slamming into each other. The Anglo-Saxon poetic account of the battle, preserved in the Chronicle, gives us visceral, sensory details. It speaks of the shield wall clashing, the war linden, shields made of lime wood, being hewed by hammers, leavings, swords. It was a grinding, suffocating struggle. In a shield wall, you can't really see much. You can smell the sweat of the man next to you, feel the pressure of the enemy pushing against your shield, and hear the screaming. You stab blindly through the gaps. It's a test of endurance as much as skill. Athelstan and Edmund fought in the front lines. The poem says they clove the shield wall, hewed the battle shields. This was the moment the West Saxon military machine proved its worth. The discipline instilled by Alfred and Edward held firm. They pushed the coalition back. The slaughter went on all day. The poem tells us the field flowed with blood from when the sun, that glorious star, glided over the earth, until the noble creation sank to its setting. By late afternoon, the coalition broke, and that's when the real horror began. A rout is always bloodier than a battle. As the Scots and Vikings turned to flee, the English cavalry, the mounted thanes, rode them down. They pursued the hateful people, hewed the fugitives from behind grievously with swords. The casualty list reads like a royal obituary. 5 young kings fighting for Olaf were killed. 7 of Olaf's earls died. But the most poignant loss was suffered by Constantine, the old Scottish king. He escaped with his life, fleeing back to his ships, but he left his son behind. The young Prince of Scotland, young in war, was mangled in the slaughter. The poem mocks Constantine, calling him the grey-haired warrior who had no reason to boast, having left his son ground to pieces on the field of slaughter. Olaf Guthfrithson managed to get back to his ships. The remnants of his great fleet, a sorry few, pushed off into the bloody water. The poem describes them sailing over the fallow flood, the brownish-grey water of the estuary, back to Dublin, ashamed in spirit. Athelstan and Edmund stood on the field, surrounded by the carnage. The poem ends with a grim metal image of the beasts of battle coming to feast on the corpses. The black raven with its horny beak, the grey-coated eagle, the greedy warhawk, and the grey beast, the wolf of the forest. The English army left the dead to the scavengers and marched home in triumph. Never was there more slaughter on this island, the poet writes, since the Angles and Saxons came hither over the broad ocean. The Battle of Brunanburh was the defining moment of the 10th century. It secured the existence of England. It proved that a single king could rule south of the Humber and still project power all the way to the Clyde. Athelstan was now the undisputed master of Britain. His prestige skyrocketed. Kings on the continent sent him gifts, swords with gold hilts, spears allegedly used by Charlemagne, even a piece of the True Cross. But for Northumbria, Brunanburh was a strange victory. The battle had been fought largely on their soil, or near it. But the victors were southerners. The Northumbrians had likely fought on both sides, some loyally with Athelstan, others perhaps slipping away to join the Vikings. The defeat of the Dublin Norse meant that York remained under Athelstan's control, but the underlying resentment didn't vanish. The North had been conquered, not convinced. Athelstan spent the remaining 2 years of his life trying to be a good king to the North. He issued laws. He reformed the coinage. He gave gifts to the shrine of St. Cuthbert, who was quickly becoming the patron saint of Don't Hurt Us. But the kingdom of York was like a coiled spring, held down only by the weight of Athelstan's boot. When Athelstan died in 939 AD, just 2 years after his great victory, the spring snapped back instantly. This is the tragedy of Brunanburh. It was a total military victory that failed to achieve a permanent political settlement. The moment Athelstan was in his grave at Malmesbury, the Northumbrians rebelled. They didn't want Athelstan's brother Edmund ruling them. They wanted a Viking. So, who did they invite back? Olaf Guthfrithson. The man who had just fled Brunanburh, ashamed in spirit, sailed right back. The Northumbrian Witan, the council of nobles, welcomed him with open arms. It was a stunning rejection of the West Saxon idea of England. They preferred a pagan sea king from Dublin over a Christian king from Wessex. Olaf didn't just take York. He went on the offensive. He marched south, deep into the Midlands, raiding Tamworth and Leicester. It looked for a moment like the entire work of Alfred, Edward, and Athelstan was going to be undone. The Treaty of Leicester in 940 AD actually ceded the 5 boroughs of the Danelaw back to the Vikings. The border of England was pushed south to Watling Street. It was a disaster for the House of Wessex, but the Vikings of York had a fatal flaw. They died young. Olaf Guthfrithson died in 941 AD, apparently struck down by God after attacking the church of St. Balthur, or perhaps just dysentery. His successor, Olaf Sitricsson, known as Olaf the Sandal or Amlaib Quaran, was less effective. Edmund, Athelstan's brother, had grown up. He wasn't the teenager at Brunanburh anymore. He launched a counter-offensive, retaking the Midlands and driving the Vikings back to York. We enter a period of dizzying instability in York. Kings were swapped like trading cards. You had Olaf the Sandal. You had Ragnar Guthfrithson. You had Edmund expelling them. Then Edmund was stabbed to death in a brawl in 946 AD. His brother Edred took over. Edred marched north, burned Ripon Minster, a warning shot, and demanded oaths of loyalty. The Northumbrians swore loyalty, then immediately broke it to invite another Viking. Then Edred came back and ravaged the land. It was a chaotic dance. The Northumbrians were desperate to maintain their distinct identity. They used the Vikings as a shield against the south. "We are not English," they were essentially saying. "We are Northumbrian." But Brunanburh had changed the equation permanently. It proved that the House of Wessex could defeat a united coalition. It established the idea that England was the natural state of the island, and that independent Northumbria was an anomaly that had to be corrected. The ghosts of Brunanburh lingered. The field of slaughter was a warning to the Scots. Stay north. It was a warning to the Dublin Vikings. You can raid, but you cannot conquer. And it was a warning to the Northumbrians. You can rebel, but the south will always come back. As we move toward the final act of independent Northumbria, the stage is cleared for one last legendary figure. The era of the great fleet kings is ending. The era of the solitary, doomed hero is beginning. The North is about to make its final stand, not with a grand coalition, but with a man whose name drips with violence and romance. Eric Bloodaxe. But before we meet him, let's pause and listen to the wind blowing over the Wirral. The bodies are gone. The swords have rusted into the earth. But the line drawn in the blood that day, the line that says, "This is England," remains. It was forged by Athelstan, but it would take more blood to keep it painted on the map. There are names in history that require a paragraph of explanation. And then there are names that tell you everything you need to know in 2 syllables. Eric Bloodaxe. You don't get a nickname like Bloodaxe for your skills in pottery or your diplomatic tact. Eric Haraldsson, to give him his proper name, is the heavy metal album cover of the 10th century come to life. He represents the last dying gasp of the Viking Age in England, a final, violent flare-up before the North was finally extinguished as an independent kingdom. Eric was royalty in the truest sense. He was the favorite son of Harald Fairhair, the first king of a unified Norway. But sibling rivalry in the Norwegian royal family was a full contact sport. The sagas tell us that Eric secured his path to the throne by systematically murdering his brothers. This is likely where the Bloodaxe moniker comes from, not just from hacking enemies in battle, which was standard practice, but from bloodaxe, implying kinslaying. In the Viking moral code, killing your brother was a heavy thing, but it also showed you had the ruthlessness to rule. However, he was too much even for the Norwegians. After a short, tyrannical rule in Norway, his remaining brother Hakon, who had been fostered in England at Athelstan's court, interestingly enough, returned and kicked him out. So Eric became a celebrity exile. He spent some time raiding Scotland and the Orkneys, building up a warband of hard-bitten loyalists who had nowhere else to go. In 947 AD, the Northumbrian Witan, that council of nobles who treated treason like a national sport, decided they'd had enough of the English king Edred. They wanted a buffer. They wanted a warlord who could scare the south. So they sent an invitation to Eric. Eric arrived in York like a hurricane. He wasn't interested in the subtle game of sub-kings and treaties. He moved into the king's court in York, minted coins with his name on them, stamped with a sword, just in case you missed the point, and started ruling like a potentate. King Edred of Wessex, down in the south, was not amused. He had just accepted the Northumbrians' oaths of loyalty a few months prior. This betrayal was the last straw. Edred wasn't the charismatic warrior his brother Edmund was, nor the imperial statesman his uncle Athelstan was. He was a sickly man, plagued by a stomach ailment that meant he could only eat the juices of meat, not the meat itself. But pain often makes men cruel. Edred marched north in 948 AD. He didn't come to fight a battle. He came to conduct a punitive expedition. He marched his army into the heart of Northumbria and burned the minster at Ripon. This was a calculated sacrilege. Ripon was the church of Saint Wilfrid, a holy site. Burning it was Edred screaming, "I don't care about your saints, and I don't care about your souls. I own you." As Edred marched back south, Eric Bloodaxe's men caught the English rearguard at Castleford and slaughtered them. Edred was so enraged by this that he stopped his army, turned around, and sent a message to the Northumbrian council. "If you don't get rid of Eric immediately, I will turn around, march back, and I will kill every living thing in Northumbria." The Northumbrian nobles, realizing Edred wasn't bluffing, panicked. They did the math. Eric was scary, but Edred was an existential threat. So, in a move of breathtaking cynicism, they betrayed Eric. They kicked him out. Eric, presumably furious and outnumbered, fled back to the Orkneys or the Irish Sea to sulk and sharpen his axe. Edred was satisfied. He installed a puppet ruler and went home. But the Northumbrian addiction to bad decisions wasn't cured yet. A few years later, in 952 AD, they got bored of the puppet, an Irish Viking named Olaf Sitrickson, and threw him out too. And who did they invite back? Eric. He returned for his second term, 952-954 AD. This time, the gloves were off. The chroniclers tell us remarkably little about these 2 years, probably because it was too depressing to write down. But the coins tell the story. The craftsmanship drops. The imagery gets starker. Eric was ruling a city under siege, a pariah state surrounded by enemies. He was a man out of time. The world was changing. The great heathen army days were over. Kings were becoming administrators, lawgivers, bureaucrats. Eric was a throwback to the heroic age, a man who believed that a king's job was to provide blood for the ravens and gold for the poets. The Heimskringla saga describes him as a great man and strong and very manly, but fierce and of few words. By 954 AD, the walls were closing in. The Northumbrians, sensing that Edred was preparing another invasion, decided to flip the script one last time. They conspired to murder Eric. The end of Eric Bloodaxe is one of the most evocative scenes in northern history. It didn't happen in a great battle like Brunanburh. It happened in a lonely, desolate ambush. Eric was traveling across the Pennines, likely heading towards Cumbria or the Viking settlements in the northwest. He was crossing the Stainmore Pass. If you've ever driven the A66 Trans-Pennine route today, you know this landscape. It is bleak, high, and wind-scoured. The clouds hang low over the moors, and the silence is absolute. At a place called Raycross, where an ancient Roman marker stone still stands, Eric was jumped. He wasn't attacked by the English army. He was attacked by a rival Viking faction, led by a man named Maccus, son of Olaf. It was a hit job, likely paid for or encouraged by the Northumbrian Earl Oswulf of Bebbanburg. The sagas give Eric a Wagnerian death. They say he fought like a demon, piling the bodies of his enemies around him until he finally fell, outnumbered and exhausted. He died as he lived, alone, violent, and defiant. With Eric's death in that cold mountain pass, the kingdom of Northumbria died too. There was no successor. There was no new invitation sent to Dublin or Norway. The Northumbrian nobles looked at the body of the last Viking king and finally accepted the inevitable. They sent his head, or at least the news of his death, to King Edred. Edred didn't celebrate with a triumph. He simply absorbed the north. He didn't appoint a new king of York. He took the title for himself. The ancient distinction between Dira and Bernicia, the separation between the north and the south, was erased from the political map. There was now only one kingdom of England. The reaction in York must have been a mix of relief and resignation. The merchant class, the people making the combs and trading the silk, were probably glad. Constant war is bad for business. Being part of a unified, stable England meant better currency, safer roads, and consistent laws. The Viking age of adventure was fun for the poets, but it was terrible for the economy. But for the old families, the descendants of the Angles and the Danish settlers who had carved out this life, it was a bitterness. They were no longer the masters of their own destiny. They were a province. Eadred, to his credit, or perhaps due to his illness, didn't crush the north under a military boot. He recognized that he couldn't rule this unruly, distinct region directly from Winchester. He needed a local man, someone the Northerners would listen to, but someone who knew who held the leash. He turned to Oswulf. Remember the high reeves of Bamberg, the family that had hidden behind their rock for 50 years while the Vikings partied in York. They had survived. Oswulf had played the long game perfectly. He had betrayed Eric Bloodaxe at just the right moment. Edred rewarded him. He made Oswulf the ealdorman of all Northumbria. Note the title change. Not king, not high reeve. Ealdorman, an official in the English administration. Oswulf was given authority over both Bernicia, the north, and Deira, Yorkshire. For the first time in a century, the two halves of Northumbria were reunited under a native ruler, but as a subject of the south. The death of Eric Bloodaxe marks the psychological end of the Viking Age in England. Yes, there would be more raids later, much later, under Sven Forkbeard and Cnut. But the era of the independent Seekings carving out jagged little empires was over. The frontier had been closed. Eric's wife, the notorious Gunhild, mother of kings, a woman the sagas depict as a witch who could turn into a bird and drank blood, fled with her sons back to the Orkneys and eventually to Scandinavia. The dynasty was gone. York began to change again. The royal palace became an administrative center. The mints started striking coins with Edred's face, not a sword. The Archbishop of York, Wulfstan, who had flirted with treason by supporting Eric, was arrested and imprisoned, then eventually reinstated, but kept on a tight leash. The silence of Stainmore settled over the north. The moors where Eric bled out returned to the sheep and the curlews, but the north remained. Different. It had been an independent kingdom for 400 years, from Ida in 547 to Eric in 954. That kind of history doesn't just vanish because you change the letterhead. The Northumbrians had lost their crown, but they kept their identity. They spoke a different dialect. They had different laws. The Danelaw customs remained in force. They were a kingdom within a kingdom, and as the English kings would soon discover, an ealdorman can be just as dangerous as a king if you turn your back on him. The story of Northumbria isn't over. It's just changing genre. We are moving from an epic saga to a political tragedy. The kingdom is dead. Long live the earldom. And if you think the bloodshed stopped just because the kings were gone, you clearly haven't met the earls of Northumbria. The morning after Eric Bloodaxe died, the sun rose on a Northumbria that was technically the same shape. The hills were still there. The rivers still ran to the sea. But politically, the map had been redrawn. The era of the kingdom was over. The era of the earldom had begun. To the modern ear, Earl sounds like a polite title for a man who opens flower shows and sits in the House of Lords. But in the 10th and 11th centuries, an earl, or ealdorman, was a warlord with a budget. He was the king's vicar, holding the power of life and death over a province the size of a small country. And nowhere was this power more concentrated or more dangerous than in Northumbria. King Edred had handed the keys to Oswulf of Bebbanburg. It seemed like a safe bet. Oswulf was one of us, a native Northumbrian, a survivor of the old Bernician line. But the problem with the north was its sheer size. Ruling everything from the Humber to the Forth was a logistical nightmare. It was too much for one man to hold without getting ideas above his station. When King Edgar, known as the Peaceful, came to the English throne in 959 AD, he took one look at this massive northern bloc and decided it was a liability. He needed to break it up. He called a council at York and made a decision that would define the geography of northern England forever. He sliced the earldom in half. Oswulf retained the northern part, roughly modern Northumberland and Durham, ruled from the ancestral rock of Bamber. But the southern part, Deira, the rich lands of Yorkshire, was given to a man named Oslak. This partition was the final nail in the coffin of the old unified Northumbria. The north and the south of the region began to drift apart. Yorkshire became more integrated into the English state, while the land beyond the Tees, the land of the Bamberg Earls, remained a wild frontier zone. It was in this northern zone that the borders of Britain were finally hammered out. And it happened, as these things usually do, through a loss. The Scots were pressing south. The kings of Alba had been eyeing the rich farmlands of the Lothians, the region around Edinburgh, for generations. The Northumbrian earls, distracted by English politics and lacking the support of a king in York, struggled to hold the line. The breaking point came in 1018 AD at the Battle of Carham. A massive Scottish army under King Malcolm II, allied with the Britons of Strathclyde, met the Northumbrian levy on the banks of the River Tweed. The Northumbrians were led by Edwulf Goodell, an earl whom the Chronicles describe as lazy and cowardly. It's a harsh epitaph, but the result supports it. The Northumbrian army was annihilated. The bishops and priests who had come to pray for victory were slaughtered alongside the soldiers. The defeat was total. To buy peace, Edwulf ceded the Lothians to Scotland. In one stroke, the River Tweed became the border. The city of Edinburgh, once the fortress of Edwin, was lost to the English forever. The northern limit of Northumbria shrank to the line we recognize today between England and Scotland. The earldom was getting smaller, but the pressure cooker inside it was getting hotter. Enter Uchtred the Bold. If you've read historical fiction or watched certain TV shows, the name Uhtred will be familiar. But the real Uhtred was even more fascinating than the fictional one. He was the son of Waltheof, the old Earl of Bamberg. When the Scots attacked Durham in 1006 AD, while his father was too old to fight, Uhtred, a young, fiery warrior, stepped up. He raised an army from across the north, marched out, and destroyed the Scots. To make his point clear, he had the heads of the best-looking Scottish prisoners cut off, washed, combed, and mounted on stakes around the walls of Durham. It was gruesome interior design, but it sent a message. The North is still dangerous. King Ethelred, the Unready, desperate for a strong man in the north, rewarded Uhtred by making him Earl of all Northumbria, reuniting York and Bamberg for a brief, shining moment. Uhtred was the warden of the north, the shield against the Scots, and the hammer of the Vikings. But Uhtred was living in impossible times. The Danes were back, not as raiders this time, but as conquerors. Sweyn Forkbeard and his son Knut were intent on taking the English throne. Uhtred was caught in the middle. He was loyal to the English king Ethelred, calling up his banners to fight the invaders. But when Ethelred died and the resistance collapsed, Uhtred had to be a pragmatist. He couldn't fight Gnut alone. In 1016 AD, Uhtred agreed to submit to Cnut. He was promised safe conduct to a meeting at a place called Fihil. Uhtred arrived with 40 of his best men, expecting a diplomatic negotiation. He walked into a slaughterhouse. Waiting behind a curtain, or perhaps in the rafters, were soldiers led by a Northumbrian rival named Thurbrand the Hold. On Cnut's orders, or perhaps with Cnut's permission, they sprang the trap. Uhtred and his 40 companions were cut down in cold blood. This betrayal sparked a blood feud that would tear the north apart for generations. The family of Uhtred and the family of Thurbrand hunted each other down in a cycle of tit-for-tat murders that makes the mafia look like a debate club. Uhtred's son eventually killed Thurbrand. Thurbrand's son killed Uhtred's son. It went on, destabilizing the region and proving that in Northumbria, the law of the sword still trumped the law of the king. Cnut, now the undisputed King of England, needed someone to control this chaos. He tried a few different earls, including the famous Norwegian Eric of Hlathir. But eventually, the earldom fell to a man who was arguably the most formidable figure of the 11th century, Siward. Siward was a Dane. His nickname was Digri, the Stout, or the Strong. Legend said his grandfather was a bear. Looking at his career, you can believe it. He ruled Northumbria with an iron fist from the 1030s to 1055. He was essentially a viceroy. He cleared the region of bandits, he kept the Scots in check, and he terrified the local nobility into submission. Siward is the man who marches into Shakespeare's Macbeth. And yes, that really happened. In 1054 AD, on the orders of King Edward the Confessor, Siward led a massive Northumbrian army and a navy into Scotland to depose the usurper Macbeth and install Malcolm III, Canmore, on the throne. The English army that defeated Macbeth was largely a Northumbrian army, full of men who spoke a dialect closer to Danish than the soft English of the south. Siward's death in 1055 AD is the stuff of legend. Dying of dysentery in York, he felt his strength fading. He was disgusted at the thought of dying in bed, like a cow. He ordered his armor to be put on him. He stood up, strapped on his helmet, grasped his shield and his axe, and died standing up, fully armed. A warrior to the last breath. But Siward's death left a vacuum. His son, Waltheof, was just a child. King Edward the Confessor made a fateful mistake. He didn't choose a local Northumbrian noble. He didn't choose a seasoned northern veteran. He chose Tostig Godwinson. Tostig was the brother of Harold Godwinson, the future King Harold. He was a southerner. He was a favorite of the king, polished, arrogant, and utterly unsuited to rule the wild north. When Tostig arrived in York in 1055, he tried to rule Northumbria like a southern shire. He imposed heavy taxes. He enforced laws rigidly. He didn't understand the complex web of feuds and loyalties that held the earldom together. He treated the local thanes with contempt. For 10 years, the pressure built. Tostig spent more time at the king's court in the south, hunting and playing politics, than he did dealing with the Scots or the judicial disputes of his people. To the Northumbrians, he was an absentee landlord who only showed up to collect the rent. The spark came in 1064. Tostig, using the king's name, invited 2 leading Northumbrian thanes, Gamel and Ulf, to his chamber in York under a guarantee of peace. Then he had them murdered. To add insult to injury, he then ordered the assassination of Gospatrick, a scion of the old Bebbanburg house at the king's Christmas court. That was it. The Northumbrians had tolerated taxes. They had tolerated a southern accent. But they would not tolerate a tyranny that violated the laws of hospitality. On October 3rd, 1065, the storm broke. The thanes of Yorkshire and Northumberland occupied York. They didn't just protest. They seized the city. They broke into the armory. They slaughtered Tostig's housecarls, about 200 of them, and piled the bodies in the muddy ooze. They broke open the treasury and took back their money. Then they declared Tostig outlawed. They sent a message to the king. We will not have this man. They invited Morcar, the brother of the Earl of Mercia, to be their new earl. This was a revolution. It was the North asserting its ancient right to choose its own leader. King Edward, old and failing, wanted to send an army to crush the rebellion. But Harold Godwinson, Tostig's own brother, was the one sent to negotiate. Harold met the rebels at Oxford. He listened to their grievances. He realized that Tostig had lost the North irretrievably. If he tried to force Tostig back on them, it would mean civil war on the eve of a succession crisis. So, in a move of cold political calculus, Harold sacrificed his brother. He agreed to the rebels' demands. Tostig was exiled. Morcar was confirmed as Earl. Tostig fled across the sea, burning with hatred for his brother and for the Northumbrians who had rejected him. He would go looking for allies. He would find a Viking king named Harald Hardrada. The North had flexed its muscles one last time. They had proven that they could make and unmake earls. They had rejected the king's favorite. But in doing so, they had set the stage for the catastrophe of 1066. By driving Tostig into the arms of the Vikings, they had unknowingly invited the invasion that would finally destroy the Anglo-Saxon world. As the year 1065 turned into the fateful 1066, Northumbria was technically at peace under Earl Morcar. But it was the quiet of a loaded weapon. The earldom was independent in spirit, resentful of the South, and dangerously confident in its own strength. They thought they had solved their problem by getting rid of Tostig. They didn't realize they had just pulled the pin on a grenade. The year 1066 is usually remembered for a single hill in Sussex and an arrow in the eye. But for Northumbria, the apocalypse began much earlier, and it came from the sea. Tostig Godwinson, the exiled earl, had kept his promise. He found his ally in Harald Hardrada, the king of Norway, a man who was 7 feet tall, had fought in Byzantium, and was arguably the deadliest warrior in Christendom. In September 1066, a fleet of 300 Viking ships sailed up the Humber estuary. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion force intent on conquering England from the top down. They anchored at Rickhall, just 10 miles south of York. The Northumbrian levies, led by Earl Morcar and his brother Edwin of Mercia, marched out to meet them. They met at Filford Gate, a marshy strip of land on the outskirts of York. It was a disaster for the English. The shield wall of the northern earls was ground to dust by the hardened veterans of Hardrada. The Northumbrians broke and fled, many drowning in the ditches. York surrendered. The city, which had kicked Tostig out a year earlier, now had to open its gates to him and his Viking patron. It looked like the old kingdom of York was being reborn. But then, a miracle happened. King Harold Godwinson, Tostig's brother, performed one of the greatest military feats in medieval history. Hearing of the invasion, he marched his housecarls from London to Yorkshire in just 4 days. He arrived so suddenly that he caught the Vikings completely off guard. On September 25th, at Stamford Bridge, the English army smashed the Vikings. It was a brutal, close-quarter slaughter under the blazing sun. Harald Hardrada was killed by an arrow to the throat. Tostig was killed. The Viking threat, which had shadowed the north for 3 centuries, was ended in a single afternoon. The Viking age in England died there, on the banks of the River Derwent. But there was no time to celebrate. While the Northumbrians were still tending their wounds and counting the dead, a messenger arrived covered in mud. William of Normandy had landed in the south. We all know what happened next. Harold had to march his exhausted, battered army all the way back down to Hastings. He died there. The English resistance in the south collapsed. William the Conqueror was crowned king at Christmas. But up in the north, things felt distant. The Northumbrian nobles who had survived Stamford Bridge looked at this new King William with skepticism. They had seen southern kings come and go. They assumed they could do what they always did: pay a little tribute, swear a vague oath, and run their own affairs. They were wrong. William didn't want tribute. He wanted total submission. The tension simmered for 2 years. Then, in January 1069, it boiled over. William appointed a new Earl of Northumbria, a Norman named Robert Cummin. Cummin arrived in Durham with a force of 700 men. He treated the city like a conquered enemy, looting houses and abusing the locals. The Northumbrians didn't write a letter of complaint. They waited for nightfall. Under the cover of darkness, a massive force of locals surrounded the city. They burst through the gates and slaughtered the Norman garrison in the streets. Cummin barricaded himself in the bishop's house. The rebels didn't bother storming it. They just set it on fire. Cummin burned to death. This was the signal. The whole north erupted. A Danish fleet appeared, supporting the rebels. York was captured. The Norman garrison in York Castle was besieged. It looked for a moment like independent Northumbria was back. But they had misunderstood William. They thought he was a politician. He was a force of nature. When he heard about the massacre at Durham and the rebellion in York, he didn't just get angry. He went cold. He decided that the problem wasn't just the rebels. It was the North itself. The region was too independent, too stubborn, too prone to inviting Vikings. He decided to solve the Northumbrian question permanently. He marched north in the winter of 1069. He crushed the rebel armies, scattering them into the hills. But he didn't stop there. He spread his army out into a long line and gave the order that has stained his reputation forever: harrow the land. This was the harrying of the North. It wasn't a battle. It was an engineered famine. The Norman soldiers moved methodically from village to village, from the Humber to the Tees and beyond. They burned the crops in the barns. They smashed the farming tools. They slaughtered the livestock, every cow, sheep, and pig, and left the carcasses to rot so they couldn't be eaten. They salted the fields. The aim was simple: depopulation. William wanted to make sure that no army could ever march through the north again, because there would be no food to feed them. The chroniclers, usually quite reserved, struggled to find words for the horror that followed. Orderic Vitalis, a monk writing a generation later, said, "He harried the land and burnt it to ashes, so that he deprived the people of the means of support." As a result, a terrible famine fell upon the common people. I am horrified to report that human beings ate the flesh of horses, dogs, cats, and even their own kind. People died in the tens of thousands. They died in their beds. They died on the roads trying to flee south. Refugees poured into Evesham and the Midlands, looking like walking skeletons, only to die as soon as they ate food because their stomachs couldn't handle it. Some were so desperate, they sold themselves into slavery just for a meal. Bodies lay unburied in the streets of York and Durham because there was no one left with the strength to dig a grave. It was a genocide. For a century afterwards, the North was a wasteland. When the Domesday Book was compiled 17 years later, in 1086, the surveyors went through Yorkshire. Entry after entry reads simply, "Hoc est vastum," it is waste. Village after village, once populous and rich under the Vikings, was recorded as having no people, no ploughs, no value. The old aristocracy of Northumbria, the descendants of Ida, the house of Bamberg, the Anglo-Danish thanes, was wiped out. Those who weren't killed fled to Scotland or joined the Varangian Guard in Constantinople. Their lands were confiscated and given to William's followers, men with names like Percy, de Lacy, and de Vesey. The Normans built massive stone castles, Richmond, Barnard Castle, Newcastle, to stand guard over the ruins. The harrying broke the back of Northumbrian independence. It severed the link with the Viking world forever. The North ceased to be a kingdom and became a frontier province, a militarized zone guarding the border with Scotland. But the silence that fell over the snow-covered moors in the winter of 1070 wasn't just the silence of death. It was the silence of a slate being wiped clean. The ancient kingdom, the land of saints and scholars, of bloodaxes and golden gospels, had been burned to the ground. The story of Northumbria as a political entity ends here, in the smoke and the starvation. Yet, land has a memory. You can burn the crops, but you can't burn the history. The survivors who huddled in the caves of the Pennines or fled to the protection of the church carried the stories with them. They remembered Cuthbert. They remembered Oswald, and slowly, painfully, like green shoots pushing through the ash, the North would begin to recover. It would never be a kingdom again, but it would remain a distinct, stubborn, unyielding place, a place that remembered the fire. The smoke from the harrying of the North eventually cleared. The seasons turned. The rain fell on the scorched earth, and slowly, miraculously, the green returned to the blackened furrows of Yorkshire and Northumberland. But the kingdom of Northumbria, that grand, sprawling, violent political experiment that had stretched from the Humber to the Forth, was gone. It had been legislated out of existence, partitioned into counties, and subjugated by Norman stone. Yet, if you walk the streets of Newcastle, Sunderland, or Berwick-upon-Tweed today, or if you stand on the high moors of the Pennines, you know that Northumbria didn't really die. It just went underground. It retreated into the DNA, the landscape, and the language. The Normans could build castles, but they couldn't colonize the soul of the North. The most immediate survival was spiritual. While William the Conqueror was busy salting the fields, the monks of Durham were busy building a fortress for God. Durham Cathedral, started in 1093, is one of the great buildings of the world. It is massive, imposing, and unequivocally Norman in its architecture. Huge round pillars incised with geometric patterns. But at its heart, behind the high altar, lies the shrine of Saint Cuthbert. The Normans, for all their arrogance, didn't dare touch him. They recognized that to rule the North, they had to co-opt its favorite saint. So, the bones of the humble hermit from Lindisfarne were encased in a ferretry of gold and marble. For centuries, pilgrims continued to flock there, ignoring the Norman bishops and praying to the Anglo-Saxon saint who understood the wind and the waves. In a way, Cuthbert conquered the conquerors. He is still there today, the silent guardian of the North, his shrine worn smooth by the knees of millions. Then there is the language. If you travel from London to Newcastle today, you are traveling through time. The Geordie dialect and its cousins in Sunderland, Middlesbrough, and Northumberland is not just bad English or slang. It is a time capsule. It is the closest thing we have to the language of the Angles and the Vikings. When a Geordie says they are going "Hyam," home, they are using a Scandinavian pronunciation. When they call a child a bairn, they are using the Old English bairn. Words like gan, go, larn, teach, and beck, stream, are direct survivors from the days of Ida and Guthred. The Normans imposed French on the court and the law courts, but in the kitchen, the field, and the fishing boat, the old tongue survived. It was a form of resistance. To speak the dialect was to belong to the tribe, to mark yourself as distinct from the soft south. The landscape itself remembers. The political border between England and Scotland eventually hardened along the Cheviots and the Tweed. But for centuries, this line was a fiction. The borderlands remained a lawless, violent zone well into the 17th century. The border reivers, families like the Armstrongs, the Grahams, and the Charltons, lived by cattle rustling and blood feuds. They were the spiritual successors of the Northumbrian warlords. They ignored London and Edinburgh equally. They lived in peel towers, fortified farmhouses that look remarkably like the watchtowers of the Roman frontier. The spirit of the wolf Ethelfrith and the Bloodaxe Eric lived on in these riding clans, proving that you can take the Northmen out of the war, but you can't take the war out of the Northmen. Even the ruins tell a story of defiance. Look at Whitby Abbey, the jagged skeleton on the cliff that inspired Bram Stoker's Dracula. It was destroyed by the Danes in 867, rebuilt by the Normans, and destroyed again by Henry VIII. Yet it stands. It refuses to fall into the sea. Or Bamburgh Castle, Ida's Rock. It has been rebuilt and restored, but the foundation is the same black dolerite. It dominates the coastline, a permanent reminder that this was once the seat of kings who looked the Emperor of Rome in the eye. And what of the Golden Age? Did the light of Jarrow go out forever? Not quite. The Lindisfarne Gospels, that masterpiece of Edfrith, survived the Vikings, survived the harrying, and survived the dissolution of the monasteries. It is one of the great survivors of history. Today, it sits in the British Library, its colors as vibrant as the day they were painted. It is a testament to the fact that beauty can outlast brutality. The Vikings who smashed the cover are dust. The book remains. The Industrial Revolution brought a new kind of fire to the north. The coal mines of Durham and Northumberland, the shipyards of the Tyne and the Wear, the steelworks of Teesside. This was the new expression of Northumbrian power. It was Carboniferous capitalism. The men who worked the seams were as tough, as clannish, and as brave as the warriors in the shield wall. The heap, the mine, replaced the hall, but the camaraderie, the danger, and the fierce local pride were exactly the same. They were digging up the prehistoric forests that Ida had walked through, burning them to power an empire that was far larger than anything Athelstan dreamed of. Today, the concept of the North is still the most powerful cultural divide in England. It is more than just geography. It is a state of mind. It is a feeling of being apart, of being harder, warmer, and more real than the South. It is a resentment of London that goes back to Tostig and the taxes of Wessex. It is a pride in survival. When you stand on the causeway to Holy Island today, watching the tide rush in to swallow the road, you are seeing the same sight that Aidan saw. The water creates the island and then uncreates it twice a day. It is a rhythm that predates kings and kingdoms. It reminds us that history is fluid. The names on the map change: Bernicia, Dara, Northumbria, England, but the land remains. The kingdom of Northumbria was a flash of brilliance in the dark. It was a place where Irish mystics met Roman bureaucrats, where Anglian poets met Viking raiders. It produced the first history of the English people, the most beautiful book of the Middle Ages, and some of the most terrifying warriors who ever held a sword. It taught us that civilization is fragile. It can be destroyed by a change in the weather, a fleet of ships, or a bad king. But it also taught us that culture is resilient. You can burn the library, but you can't burn the memory. As the sun sets over the Cheviot Hills, casting long shadows across the empty moors where legions marched and reavers rode, the ghosts seem very close. You can almost hear the scratching of Bede's quill, the roar of Benda's army, the chanting of the monks at Lindisfarne, and the crash of the longship's prow on the shingle. They are all still here. They are in the wind that never stops blowing. They are in the cold grey roll of the North Sea. They are in the stones. So, the next time you look at a map of England, don't just see counties and motorways. Look deeper. Look for the shadow of the great dragon that once sprawled across the neck of Britain. Look for Northumbria. It has been a long journey, from the first fires on Bebbanburg Rock to the silence of the empty moors. We have walked through 600 years of blood, ink, and gold. We have met saints and monsters, kings and cowards. Thank you for walking this path with me. I hope the story of this lost kingdom has given you something to dream about. The fire is dying down now. The hall is quiet. The sparrow has flown through the room and back out into the night.